Chapter 3963. Little Tian? Although Feng Qingyang's soul was suppressed, he was not in any danger for the time being. However, he was slightly taken aback when he received a message from his disciple, Duanling Tian. Master, I'll wait for you and Mixian at the entrance of the Azura Hell with the God Emperor in a month. Just tell him that there's something good in the Azura Hell, and lure him here. As long as you are here, the God Emperors beside me will take action and directly extract Mixian's soul from your body. These were the exact words of his disciple, Duanling Tian. His first reaction was that his disciple, Duanling Tian, had gone to the netherworld to save him after he had not returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a long time. Initially, Duanling Tian did not approve of Duanling Tian's decision. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could receive Duanling Tian's message, but he could not send a message to Duanling Tian since Duanling Tian's soul pearl was still in his spatial ring. Now that Mixian had taken over his body, Mixian would react if he used his spatial ring. A God Emperor? Although Duanling Tian did not know where his disciple, Duanling Tian, had found a God Emperor, he did not doubt his disciple's words. He knew Duanling Tian would not lie to him. In the next few days, Feng Qingyang intentionally showed signs of loosening his stance and began to negotiate with Mixian. For example, Mixian had to leave his body before the Azura Hell. Duanling Tian would share his fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell with Mixian. Naturally, Mixian would not agree to this. However, when Mixian saw that Feng Qingyang had begun to negotiate terms with him, he saw a glimmer of hope even though Feng Qingyang's conditions were unacceptable. He wanted to replicate Feng Qingyang's fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell and seized the opportunity to obtain it. In the blink of an eye, many days passed. Feng Qingyang, who had been negotiating with Mixian every few days, also made concessions time and time again. Mixian, I'll take you to Azura Hell, but you have to leave my body before we reach our destination. Otherwise, I won't deactivate the spell formation for you. If you don't agree, then we don't need to talk anymore. Mixian had been very concerned when he first heard Feng Qingyang say that, but now he didn't care at all. That was because Feng Qingyang would say the same thing every time they talked about conditions recently. He was tired of hearing it. Feng Qingyang, why don't you state some more realistic conditions? Mixian said indifferently. What a joke. If he left Feng Qingyang's body at that time, he didn't know what would happen to Feng Qingyang. After all, Feng Qingyang was most familiar with that place, but he wasn't. Master. On this day, Feng Qingyang, who had just rested for a day and hadn't discussed conditions with Mixian, received a message from his disciple, Duanling Tian. Feng Qingyang was a little confused. Little Tian, didn't he say he'd take that God Emperor to the gates of Azura Hell to wait for us? He even asked me to meet half a month later. Why is he here again? For him to be able to send a message meant that his disciple, Duanling Tian, was also in the netherworld. When he thought of the message his disciple, Duanling Tian, had sent him half a month ago, he didn't understand. During this time, he had been planning to negotiate with Mixian for another half a month before compromising and taking Mixian to Azura Hell. He hadn't expected his disciple, Duanling Tian, to come in before the time was up. But this time, Duanling Tian quickly gave him an answer. Master, Elder Yi and I have already found our way here. Elder Ye's consciousness has already locked onto Mixian. We'll be there soon. But before that, you must be careful. Don't give Mixian an opportunity to destroy your body or hurt your soul. In the end, Duanling Tian's message became solemn and serious. Elder Yi? That God Emperor expert. Feng Qingyang's heart trembled. He'd never imagined that his disciple, Duanling Tian, would come to him with that God Emperor and lock onto Mixian. Be careful of Mixian's counterattack. Feng Qingyang became vigilant. He didn't dare to relax because he didn't know when his disciple, Duanling Tian, and Yi Chenfeng would arrive. Almost as soon as Feng Qingyang thought this, a thunderous voice came from outside. It seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, causing the sand and dust in a large area of the Blood Mountain to move rhythmically. In some places, there was even a small sandstorm. Mixian, get out here. Feng Qingyang recognized the voice as belonging to his disciple, Duanling Tian. If he could recognize it, so could Mixian. Mi Xian opened his eyes, his gaze cold. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Feng Qingyang, it seems that you and your disciple are truly master and disciple. He actually found the netherworld for you, and even came to find me. Does he really think that I and my Xianling alliance can't do anything to him? Before Feng Qingyang could respond, Mi Xian's figure flashed, leaving the belly of a blood mountain and soaring into the sky. Lord Alliance Lord! Lord Alliance Lord! When Mi Xian's subordinates heard Duan Lingtian's arrogant words, they flew toward Duan Lingtian angrily. When Mi Xian arrived, he saw a familiar purple figure in the distance surrounded by a group of his subordinates, who were eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian walked to the front of the crowd and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as he said, "You couldn't do anything to me when we were in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Could it be that you, a low-level godly emperor, can do anything to me?" As he said this, the mocking smile on Mi Xian's face instantly turned into a mocking smile. "Mi Xian, you can try and see if I can do anything to you." Duan Lingtian had a brilliant smile on his face. "Alliance Lord, leave him to me." An old man appeared behind Mi Xian in the blink of an eye. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and said, "Today, I'll take his head as the Alliance Lord." The old man was dressed in long gray robes. He was thin and had a cold expression on his face. He looked no different from a human. As soon as he finished speaking, divine power radiated from his body. Then, different formation discs were suspended in the void around him by divine power. This old man was none other than the only Vice-Alliance Lord of the Profound Spirit Alliance. He was also Mi Xian's right-hand man, a formation grandmaster with the cultivation base of a lower divine emperor. "Don't underestimate him, Taiyuan." Mi Xian's eyes flashed. "He's not simple. Let's work together and kill him. Use your formation to help me kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's divine energy surged out of his body. Even though he hadn't fully occupied Feng Qingyang's body, he was familiar with it. His divine energy whizzed out of his body like an extension of his arm. Moreover, as his soul energy vibrated, soul attacks began to form one after another before he charged toward Duan Lingtian. "Yes, Alliance Lord." Although the old man felt that his Alliance Lord was being overly cautious, he did not hesitate. Almost as soon as Mi Xian moved, he charged toward Duan Lingtian. During this process, the formation discs around him flew out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, and scattered above Duan Lingtian's head. One formation after another was about to be set up. At this critical moment, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind had blown past. In the next moment, whether it was the old man himself or the spectators, they all clearly saw that the dozens of formation discs in the air had actually been swept away by a gust of wind and turned into dust that filled the air. "Who's there?" The old man cried out in alarm, his expression changing drastically. He knew his own formation discs very well. Even a high-level divine emperor might not be able to destroy all of his formation discs so easily without showing himself. These formation discs were all formation discs that he had nurtured with his soul energy for many years, and he had even infused them with his blood essence. They were far from ordinary formation discs. "Who's there?" The expressions of the other onlookers from the Xianling alliance also changed. At the same time, Mi Xian, who was attacking Duan Lingtian, quickly sensed the situation and his pupils constricted. "There's someone else." Duan Lingtian found a helper. Almost as soon as Mi Xian had this thought in mind, a voice rang out in his head. Whoosh! A faint golden figure appeared behind Mi Xian in the blink of an eye like a ghost. Moreover, Mi Xian did not seem to notice his appearance. Only Duan Lingtian and the others saw this person appear like a ghost. "Alliance Lord, be careful." The old man, Mi Xian's right-hand man in Xianling Alliance, the only Vice-Alliance Lord of Xianling Alliance, Taiyuan, instantly paled and cried out in alarm. Mi Xian froze. "What's going on? Is there danger? But why didn't I notice anything?" While Mi Xian was in a daze, the golden-robed young man who had appeared behind him finally made his move. With a lift of his hand, an invisible force swept out and entered Mi Xian's body through the top of his head. In the next instant, a faintly discernible illusory hand appeared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it forcefully pulled a soul out of Mi Xian's body. To be precise, it was Feng Qingyang's soul. The eyes of that body dimmed for a moment, but in the next moment, they regained their clarity. At the same time, the aura of that body greatly changed. Master. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. He immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses. He felt like he was dreaming. How did he manage to take back his body so easily? At the same time, his gaze fell on Mi Xian's soul. At this moment, Mi Xian's soul was being grabbed by the golden-robed youth's illusory hand. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Chapter 3964. Who are you? In truth, Mi Xian was also in a state of shock. He never imagined that he would be pulled out of Feng Qingyang's body in the blink of an eye. As a soul, Mi Xian was still lively even after being pulled out. However, he soon discovered that he couldn't move at all in front of the golden-robed youth. His soul was completely suppressed, and his opponent's divine sense seemed to carry a frighteningly powerful pressure. Mi Xian stopped struggling. Duan Lingtian looked at Mi Xian and said indifferently, "Do you think you can escape in front of a God-Emperor expert?" A God-Emperor expert? When Duan Lingtian said this, not only did Mi Xian's soul tremble violently, but even Mi Xian's subordinates, including Ta Yuan, the vice-alliance leader of Xianling Alliance, were shocked. Their alliance leader had provoked the return of a God-Emperor expert? Just a moment ago, they were still wondering who could toy with their alliance leader, a middle God-Emperor, in the palm of his hand. Now that they knew the other party was a God-Emperor, they no longer had any doubts. A God-Emperor expert naturally had the strength to do so. "My lord, what benefits did Duan Lingtian give you for you to help him deal with me?" Mi Xian's voice began to tremble when he looked at Yi Chenfeng again. "I, Mi Xian, am willing to pay a greater price as long as my lord is willing to spare my life." Now Mi Xian recognized the truth. The golden-robed youth in front of him was undoubtedly a God-Emperor expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to toy with him so easily. Duan Lingtian. However, almost as soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, Yi Chenfeng looked at Duan Lingtian. "Many thanks for your help, Elder Yi." As Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked Yi Chenfeng, 2 rays of sword light shot out of his eyes. It was a soul attack that shot toward Mi Xian. Before finding Mi Xian, Duan Lingtian had mentioned his crime to Yi Chenfeng, hoping that he could kill Mi Xian with his own hands. As for Yi Chenfeng, he did not care who killed Mi Xian. It was because the moment Mi Xian died, it was enough time for him to collect Mi Xian's incomplete soul and use it as nourishment for his high-grade divine sword soul. No. As for Mi Xian, he could only watch as Duan Lingtian launched a soul attack at him. He wanted to defend himself, but he found that he couldn't use his soul power at all. At this moment, he was suddenly enlightened. This Duan Lingtian was in a hurry to kill him because he wanted to silence him. At the same time, he quickly came up with an answer in his mind. This Duan Lingtian must be worried that I'll expose the fact that he possesses 5 divine elements. "My lord." In the blink of an eye, Mi Xian reacted and looked at Yi Chenfeng. "This Duan Lingtian has 5. In the end, Mi Xian did not finish his words. As soon as the word seed left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's soul attack had already killed Yi Chenfeng before he even had the chance to react. Yi Chenfeng had only just reacted and had no time to think. When he saw that Mi Xian had been killed, he hurriedly took out a very special black bottle and raised his hand, collecting Mi Xian's soul that was on the verge of collapse. After collecting Mi Xian's soul, Yi Chenfeng shook the bottle and revealed a smile. "Duan Lingtian, thank you." Yi Chenfeng repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. As for what Mi Xian wanted to say, he didn't care at all. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had some treasure that Mi Xian was interested in, it wouldn't tempt him too much. Mi Xian was just a puny God-Emperor. Yi Chenfeng, on the other hand, was a middle God-Emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had helped him greatly this time. It could be said that he was greatly indebted to him. Not to mention he did not know what his benefactor's belongings were. Even if he knew, he would not snatch them away. These were Yi Chenfeng's inner thoughts. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know. Even if he did, he wouldn't regret his thunderous attack. After all, only a dead man's mouth was sealed. Back when Duanling Tian killed the Tidal Temple's main hall master and took control of the Tidal Temple, he had deliberately asked around. Wu Hongqing didn't reveal that he had the 5 divine elements. Clearly, Wu Hongqing wanted to keep them to himself. Mi Xian was probably the same. No one would be willing to casually tell others that they knew who had the 5 divine elements because they wanted to steal the other party's 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were rumored to be the key to becoming a supreme expert. Moreover, those who possessed the 5 divine elements were usually stronger. If they used them well, they would be unrivaled in the same realm. In fact, they might even be able to fight those of a higher realm. Elder Yi, I should be the one thanking you. Duanling Tian said sincerely. Elder Yi, thank you for saving my master. At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses and thanked Feng Qingyang. Elder Yi, thank you for saving my master. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move without any warning. Swoosh. A sword ray streaked across the sky. At the same time, everyone from the Mystic Spirit Alliance, including the Vice Alliance leader of the Mystic Spirit Alliance and the Lesser God Emperor Ta Yuan, suddenly froze. In the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword ray whistled past. Apart from Ta Yuan, who reacted in time and broke through the force that imprisoned him, Feng Qingyang only managed to sever one of his arms. Everyone else was killed by Feng Qingyang. The law of time? Sword Dao. Feng Qingyang casually pointed his finger, and a sword ray whistled past, killing Ta Yuan, who was trying to escape after his arm was severed. Then he looked at Feng Qingyang in surprise. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was also looking at Yi Qinfeng. This was because he realized that this Emperor God expert had also mastered the Sword Dao. It was not the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao, but the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao. Of course, compared to his Sword Dao, it was obviously much weaker. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of mastery of the Sword Dao in the Devata realm. Yi Qinfeng looked at Feng Qingyang and sighed emotionally. I, Yi Qinfeng, have walked for nearly 20,000 years, but I've never seen anyone who can surpass me in the Sword Dao. You're the first person to do so. A genius in the Sword Dao. This was Yi Qinfeng's first impression of Feng Qingyang. It was an unforgettable impression. Yi Qinfeng had once thought he might meet someone who had extraordinary attainments in the Sword Dao one day. However, he did not expect he would meet such a person outside the realms of gods. Moreover, this person was younger than him and had a lower cultivation base than him. At the Divine Emperor stage, it was easy for him to detect a person's bone age with his divine consciousness. Naturally, it was impossible to detect a person's bone age in such a manner. However, he was certain Feng Qingyang was only slightly older than 10,000 years old. You're also the first person I've seen who has mastered the Sword Dao apart from me and my disciple. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was looking at Yi Qinfeng with a surprised expression on his face. The Sword Dao. This Sword Dao was completely different from the Sword Dao he had mastered. Although his Sword Dao was different from his disciple, Duanling Tian's Duanling Tian's Sword Dao was different. Duanling Tian, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly before he relaxed his brows. He did not expect his master would reveal his attainments in the Sword Dao in front of Elder Yi. After all, in the realms of gods, such a thing could easily cause trouble. In the realms of gods, there was no lack of narrow-minded experts. How would they feel if they found out Yi Qinfeng had mastered the Sword Dao at such a young age while they had not? In the beginning, Duanling Tian subconsciously felt his master should not reveal his Sword Dao. However, he soon changed his mind. With Yi Qinfeng's character, it would not be a big deal even if he found out. However, he was surprised to find out that Duanling Tian's Sword Dao was not a secret. He did not expect the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny in Chunyang School had mastered the Sword Dao as well. Although the Sword Dao contained in Yi Qinfeng's Sword Dao was not as good as his, it was the real deal and not the embryonic form of the Sword Dao. Yi Qinfeng was the first person he had met who had mastered the Four Dao of heaven and earth since he arrived in the Mystic Gangland. Before this, he had never met anyone who had mastered the embryonic form of the Four Dao of heaven and earth. Your master and disciple? Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Yi Chenfeng smiled and said, You're talking about Duan Lingtian, right? Duan Lingtian has only mastered the embryonic form of the sword Dao. It's not the real sword Dao in the realms of gods. The embryonic form of the sword Dao. Feng Qingyang was about to refute when Duan Lingtian sent him a voice transmission to stop him. Master, I didn't reveal the embryonic form of the sword Dao in the realms of gods. Feng Qingyang was not stupid. He quickly regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I see. However, in the Devata realms, many people regard the rudimentary form of the sword Dao as the true sword Dao. I know. Yi Chenfeng nodded. I'm also from the Devata realms. At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses. He smiled wryly and said, Elder Yi, I forgot that you revealed your strength as a celestial emperor earlier. Those who don't come from the mundane realms or Devata realms will face certain restrictions when they return from the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian did not expect Yi Chenfeng would take a liking to his master after he revealed his sword Dao to him. Yi Chenfeng followed them back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and stayed there for a long time before he was ready to leave. Based on what Yi Chenfeng knew, Yi Chenfeng had been talking to him about the sword Dao almost every day. Yi Chenfeng was not the only one who benefited from the discussions. Even his master had benefited a lot from it. Duan Lingtian did not expect Yi Chenfeng and Feng Qingyang would become good friends after spending some time together. Qingyang. Before Yi Chenfeng left, he smiled at Feng Qingyang and said to Duan Lingtian, If you ever come to the Mystic Gangland, you can come to the Chunyang school and join the Hidden Sword Progeny. Yi Chenfeng smiled and said, As long as you are willing, I can even accept you as my junior brother, on behalf of my teacher. Chapter 3965. Big Brother Yi, I'll definitely look for you at the Chunyang school if I go to the land of profound handle. Feng Qingyang did not reject Yi Chenfeng's goodwill. When Yi Chenfeng saw this, he nodded. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang, he took out a space-piercing divine shuttle and left solitary destructive heaven. Even Yi Chenfeng himself had no idea which realm of gods he would end up in. Even before he left, he did not greet Duan Lingtian. He only greeted Feng Qingyang, because there was no need for him to greet Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian only had one of his clones in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian's true body was still in the Chunyang school. Yi Chenfeng was the old ancestor of the hidden sword lineage in the Chunyang school, one of the few void-pierced stage elders in the Chunyang school, and one of the mid-god emperors. He could see Duan Lingtian at any time. There was no need for him to bid farewell to him. Big Brother Yi is a straightforward person. After Duan Lingtian left, Feng Qingyang smiled at him. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a high-grade divine sword that Duan Lingtian gave him before he left. In Yi Chenfeng's eyes, even if Feng Qingyang did not lack divine weapons, he would definitely lack high-grade divine weapons. After all, he was someone who had never been to a plane of gods. As a matter of fact, Feng Qingyang was indeed lacking high-grade divine weapons. Although he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the Azura Hell, there was no divine artifact or anything like that left behind for him in the inheritance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the current him to only have this bit of strength. Of course, after Duan Lingtian returned from the land of profound handle, Feng Qingyang would not lack high-grade divine weapons. However, since Yi Chenfeng gave him a high-grade divine weapon, he owed Yi Chenfeng a favor. Of course, it couldn't be considered a favor. During this period of time, he and Yi Chenfeng had been exchanging sword principles. Although both of them had received a certain amount of help, it was obvious that Yi Chenfeng had received more help. After all, although Yi Chenfeng had mastered the sword Dao, his sword Dao was not as good as Feng Qingyang's. This was also the main reason why he thought highly of Feng Qingyang, and even said that he was willing to accept Feng Qingyang as his junior brother on behalf of his master. Feng Qingyang was qualified to make him do that. She is indeed straightforward. Duan Lingtian nodded, but at the same time he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Master, if you go to Chunyang school, I'm afraid you'll become many people's martial grand uncle, and even be respected as ancestor. Although Elder Yi is young, his status in Chunyang School is very high. He belongs to the highest generation. In truth, Feng Qingyang only knew that Duanling Tian was a celestial emperor from a sect in the realms of gods. However, he did not know Yi Qinfeng's status in the sect. After listening to Duanling Tian, he finally realized Yi Qinfeng's status in Chunyang School. Master. Suddenly, Duanling Tian seemed to recall something inside. You shouldn't have revealed your sword Dao so easily. There are many experts in the realms of gods, and many of them are narrow-minded. Of course, I'm not saying that Elder Yi is that kind of person. Although I haven't known Elder Yi for long, I can tell he's not that kind of person. It's just that there are many people we can't predict. Duanling Tian said. I was in a hurry at the time. Feng Qingyang chuckled. Although Mi Xian didn't reveal your 5 divine elements, others still heard his last words. There are too many people, and I don't think Big Brother Yi will be able to guess anything. On the contrary, I'm worried that people will make wild guesses if they spread the news. If I want to kill them, I can't do it without using my sword Dao. Feng Qingyang sighed. Master, you could have asked me to do it through voice transmission. However, now that I think about it, it's normal for you to send me a voice transmission because you were in a hurry. Duanling Tian knew very well that since it had happened, there was no turning back. Based on the current situation, it was not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, the patriarch of the hidden sword progeny in Chunyang School had befriended Yi Qinfeng. In the future, when Yi Qinfeng's master went to the Xiangang land, he would be able to enter Chunyang School and become a patriarch. Forget it. What's done is done. Let it be. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Then he looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, It's been a long time since the two of us got together. This is a good opportunity for us to catch up. Tell me what happened to you in the realms of gods over the years. I really didn't know you went to the realms of gods and became a divine emperor. You're even stronger than me now. Although Duanling Tian's strength had surpassed Feng Qingyang's, Duanling Tian did not feel uneasy. However, Feng Qingyang did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt gratified. This time, Elder Yi came back with me, and even took up a lot of Master's time. Indeed, the two of us, Master and disciple, didn't have time to chat. Now that he's gone, I should tell Master about my experiences in the past few decades. Following that, Feng Qingyang went to Duanling Tian's cultivation place in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duanling Tian told Feng Qingyang about his experiences in the Xiangang land. Since his master, Feng Qingyang, was aware that he possessed the 5 divine elements, Duanling Tian did not hold back when he told Feng Qingyang about his experiences. Although Duanling Tian's clones had returned to the Devata realms and the mundane realms, he did not meet his family because he did not want them to be separated again. Previously, he did not know when his clones would return since he did not think it would be easy to obtain the space-piercing divine shuttle. However, this time, since the space-piercing divine shuttle was not difficult to obtain, he wondered if it was time for him to meet his family. After all, as long as he had the space-piercing divine shuttle, he would be able to return whenever he wanted. Although it was difficult for Duanling Tian to obtain more space-piercing divine shuttles through Qin Wuyang, according to Yi Qinfeng, the hidden sword progeny would be able to obtain a batch of space-piercing divine shuttles if they had enough time. As for the time that he spoke of, it was at most a few decades. Furthermore, he would be able to produce a batch every once in a while. Perhaps it's time for me to return and meet my family. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. Feng Qingyang listened to Duanling Tian's recount of his experiences in the Xiangang land. Initially, his expression was calm. However, when Duanling Tian said he was in danger, his expression changed drastically. Naturally, during this process, he had also analyzed some things with Duanling Tian. For example, Duan Xiaoyu, who suddenly appeared in front of Duanling Tian and acted affectionately toward Duanling Tian, said, "He has the same surname as you, and he calls you Big Brother. He even said you look like his big brother." It sounds like a coincidence, but is it really a coincidence? You said it yourself. The way she looks at you doesn't look like she's looking at someone who looks like her brother. Instead, it's like she's looking at her brother. Let's make a bold guess. Is it possible that this has something to do with the law of time? You should know that there are celestial weapons that contain the law of time in the Devata realms. The flow of time in the celestial weapons is different from the flow of time in the Devata realms. However, the flow of time in the celestial weapons is only effective for those with a low cultivation base. If a person with a high cultivation base enters the celestial weapons, the flow of time in the celestial weapons will be affected. Now that I think about it, you've cultivated in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, with Hua Lao as the soul of the celestial weapons artifact. You should know about it, Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian was not stupid. His eyes widened when he heard Feng Qingyang mentioning the law of time. Master, are you saying my encounter with Duan Qiao you might be related to the flow of time? That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. You should know that I obtained the Supreme Powerhouse's legacy. It's the legacy left behind by a Supreme Powerhouse who's skilled in the law of time. Although he didn't leave me anything, he left behind a lot of useful information. According to his description, when one uses the law of time to a certain extent and has a special environment, one might be able to travel through time and space for a short period of time. Naturally, it's only a short period of time. Could it be that, at some point in the future, you inadvertently traveled through time and space to a point in the past where you didn't even exist, such as 700 years ago? Did you meet her at that time? Did she acknowledge you as her big brother? It had to be said that Feng Qingyang's guess was extremely bold and exaggerated. It was so audacious that Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. Is this possible? Although the probability is very low, it's possible. Even the Supreme Powerhouse who left me the inheritance didn't experience traveling through time and space. What he said is only his speculation. Feng Qingyang said. It was precisely because of this that he made such a bold guess. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out in the future. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Although he did not think it was possible, when he thought about how the flow of time in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was different from the outside world, he was certain it was true. It was only after he arrived in the Devata realms that he learned the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had different effects on those who had not become celestials, and those who had become celestials. Moreover, the more powerful a celestial was, the less they could enjoy the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's ability to slow down time. Previously, when Duan Lingtian met Hua Lao, the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Hua Lao had told him that the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's ability to slow down time was created to nurture juniors with low cultivation bases. Yes, I'll find out in the future. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, he asked, have you met your family during these 2 times you've been back? I thought you were with them. I didn't expect you to go to the realms of gods. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment before he said, I had some misgivings earlier, but they're gone now. I'll meet them later. Chapter 3966. Is it because of the space-piercing divine shuttle? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Previously, I obtained a space-piercing divine shuttle by chance. It was only after I went to Chunyang School that I realized the crafting of the space-piercing divine shuttle isn't that difficult. Now, as long as I want to, I can get some space-piercing divine shuttles from Chunyang School. He had told Feng Qingyang about the divine void-piercing shuttle. Therefore, Feng Qingyang was aware that the divine void-piercing shuttle was a unique divine weapon that was not exclusive to the natives of the realms of gods. Little Tian, do you have any extra space-piercing divine shuttles with you? Feng Qingyang asked Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Feng Qingyang's question. Master, are you planning to go to the realms of gods as well? Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. He did not deny it. Master. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Why don't you wait until you've broken through to the Divine Emperor stage before you consider going to the realms of gods? The realms of gods aren't that safe. Even if you plan to go to Chunyang School with the space-piercing divine shuttle, you might not be able to reach the Chunyang School's profound gangland. Even if you're lucky enough to arrive at the profound handle land, You might not necessarily appear in the Eastern Ridge Prefecture where the Pure Sun sect is located, and on the way to the Pure Sun sect, you might encounter an accident at any time. Duan Lingtian voiced his concerns. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've thought of all these. However, I don't plan to go to Chunyang School when I go to the realms of gods. If I go to Chunyang School, I'm sure Brother Yi won't let me be an ordinary disciple. If I were an ordinary person, I'd be more than happy to have a big tree like him to rely on. But I'm different. I don't want to rely on him, nor do I want to rely on anyone else. I, Feng Qingyang, want to walk my own path. Even if I go to a realm of gods, no matter which realm of gods the divine void-piercing shuttle sends me to, I'll stay there and carve out a world of my own. As for the divine emperor realm, with the divine pellet you gave me, I can easily break through in a few years. After breaking through to the celestial emperor stage, I'll head to the realms of gods. Naturally, I'll leave a law of earth clone in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian knew very well that his master was a very opinionated person. Otherwise he wouldn't be where he was today. Regardless of whether it was his rise from the mundane realm to the Saint Province realm, his domineering rise in the solitary destructive heaven to become a heavenly emperor, or his narrow escape from the Azura hell to obtain the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, one could see that his master did not lack courage and determination. It would be cruel to keep such a person trapped in one place. Master, I don't have a space-piercing divine shuttle with me right now. Other than my clone using a space-piercing divine shuttle, I gave the rest to Elder Yi. Once you've broken through to the Celestial Emperor stage, I should be able to obtain more divine void-piercing shuttles. At that time, I'll return with another Law of Earth clone, and give you the divine void-piercing shuttles. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Qingyang. All right. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. Then he smiled and said, since you've decided to reunite with your family, you should hurry. I'll take this opportunity to cultivate and break through to the Celestial Emperor stage as soon as possible. I've been looking forward to going to the realms of gods for a long time. When Feng Qingyang mentioned the realms of gods, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Back then, he had entered the Azura Hell because he was hunted down by a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. Although the powerhouse's strength was restricted, he was still able to force his way into the Azura Hell. In the end, he had no choice but to flee to the Azura Hell. Although it was a blessing in disguise, he did not feel grateful to the powerhouse at all. All he felt was killing intent. Moreover, the powerhouse had attacked him because of his disciple, Duan Lingtian. Whether it was to avenge himself or to eliminate the threat to his disciple, Duan Lingtian, he had no intention of letting the powerhouse who had attacked him go. It would be difficult for him to catch up to the powerhouse in the Devata realms, unless he could go to the realms of gods. However, since the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were closed, he could not go to the realms of gods even if he wanted to. Now that he knew there was a divine artifact like the divine void-piercing shuttles, he was eager to seize the opportunity to go to the realms of gods. Little Tian, send your Law of Space clone to reunite with your family. Send another Law of Space clone to bring a divine void-piercing shuttles as soon as possible. Over the years, I've made some new discoveries in the place where the Supreme Powerhouse left his legacy behind. After the place was destroyed, there were many scryer recordings of the Law of Time. I've been immersed in them for decades. Not only has my cultivation base improved rapidly, but my comprehension of the Law of Time has also surpassed the Law of Destruction that I was most proficient in. Send another Law of Space clone here. I'll share my insights with you. I'm sure it'll be beneficial to your Law of Time as well. Although Feng Qingyang was in a hurry to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, he still wanted to help Duan Lingtian improve his Law of Time. All right. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He chatted with Feng Qingyang for a while longer before he left. When Duan Lingtian left, Feng Qingyang also returned to his place of cultivation. After returning to the mundane realm where his family had settled down, Duan Lingtian, who had decided to reunite with his family, could not help but feel a sense of homesickness. He had felt the same way before. However, After he decided not to show himself that time, the feeling of homesickness disappeared. This time, however, he was prepared to show himself and reunite with his family. Father, mother. The first people Duan Lingtian went to see were Duan Ruffing and Li Ro. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were naturally overjoyed and asked about his well-being. Li Ro kept asking Duan Lingtian about his experiences in the realms of gods. With his past experience, Duan Lingtian did not mention anything dangerous. He did not want his mother, Li Ro, to worry. Mother, my journey was very smooth. First, I met a powerhouse from a god-emperor sect. When he saw my cultivation base at such a young age, he took me to a sect called the Heaven Illumination sect. After that, I performed outstandingly in the Heaven Illumination sect, and was lucky enough to join a powerful sect called the Chunyang School. Now I, your son, am a godly emperor. With my current cultivation base, I can rule over some of the more remote places in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian only revealed the good news and left out the bad news. Duan Ruffing sat at the side and listened to Duan Lingtian's story. He shook his head and sighed from time to time. He knew his son's journey in the realms of gods would not be so smooth. Moreover, how could he become a god emperor in such a short time? Duan Lingtian would not believe his son did not encounter any dangers in such a short time. He would not believe his son did not become a god king, and a god emperor. When one's strength rose rapidly, it was always accompanied by great risks. Duan Lingtian, who had experienced this before, knew this very well. Let's not talk about anything else. Back when he was in the mundane plane, it was precisely because the powerful soul that possessed his body had controlled his body for many years that he was able to regain control of his body after many years and possess extraordinary strength. Otherwise, even if he was considered a genius in a small place, he would not have been able to achieve so much in such a short time. Duan Lingtian knew his son was only saying this to comfort his wife. He could only sigh at his son's thoughtfulness. At the same time, he made up his mind to ask his son what he had been through all these years when they were alone. He wanted to know the truth. After spending some time with his parents, Duan Lingtian was urged to meet his wife, Li Fei, and his children. Duan Lingtian went to see Li Fei first. When the couple saw each other again, they hugged for a long time. Li Fei was so emotional that tears streamed down her cheeks. However, since it was only a clone, Duan Lingtian did not do anything that crossed the line. He did not intend to do anything because he found it strange and uncomfortable. He decided to wait for his main body to return before he did anything that could not be explained. Li Fei was not the only one who felt the same way. Huaner felt the same way as well. After spending some time with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian went to see Huaner. Huaner had not changed at all. She was still as beautiful and alluring as before. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she laid quietly in his arms and told him how much she had missed him over the years. Duan Lingtian listened to her quietly. Huaner's cultivation base was already high to begin with. After years of hard work, she was now a demigod. She was only a step away from becoming a god. After spending some time with Huaner, Duan Lingtian went to see Feng Tianwu, his children, Han Xuanai, Feng Wudao, and the others. They were overjoyed when they learned that Duan Lingtian would stay by their side with his clones from now on. My clones can stay here and guide them in their cultivation. Apart from that, I can also obtain cultivation resources from the Devata realms through the Tidal Temple. As for the cultivation resources in the realms of gods, I can use my clones to deliver them to them. With this thought in mind, a bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It's a good thing I'm not a native of the realms of gods. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to form a law clone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that it was indeed a good thing to have a law clone. After some time passed, Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the 2 space-piercing divine shuttles, did not hesitate. He quickly formed a Law of Time clone, and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in one of the Devata realms. After handing the space-piercing divine shuttles to Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian returned to his master, Feng Qingyang, and patiently listened to Feng Qingyang's explanation of the Law of Time. Chapter 3967. Thanks to Feng Qingyang's unreserved sharing, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the Supreme Powerhouse's attainment in the law of time. Although his comprehension of the law of time was not as fast as his comprehension of the Supreme Powerhouse's quintessence, it was not slow at all. If this continues, I'm afraid the law of time will become the second law of time I'm most proficient in after the law of space. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with this and looked forward to it. The law of time was also known as the first of the four supreme laws because it could affect space to a certain extent, making it more mysterious than the other three supreme laws. Currently, Duan Lingtian was most proficient in the law of space. Next was the law of life. Next was the law of time, which was improving rapidly. The reason why the law of life was so fast was because of the secret chamber. However, the law of life did not have an advantage over the other laws. The second reason was because he needed to sense the energy of life to refine divine pellets, which was of great help to his comprehension of the law of life. It could even be said that when he sensed the energy of life, he was comprehending the law of life. Moreover, there was a complete divine tree of life in his small world that could provide him with an endless supply of the law of life. Under such circumstances, he was constantly in contact with the energy of life. Even if he did not deliberately comprehend the law of life, his comprehension of the law of life would subtly improve. Now Duan Lingtian felt that the law of time shared with him by his master, Feng Qingyang, would allow his comprehension of the law of time to surpass that of the law of life. It was obvious how much he had benefited from it. Now I've comprehended a total of 9 laws. The 5 elemental laws and the 4 supreme laws, I've comprehended all of them. Among them, the law of space is the strongest, followed by the law of life and the law of time. As for the other 6 laws, they're about the same and can't be considered weak, but they can't be compared to the other 3 laws. My current focus should be on comprehending the law of space. As for the other laws, I'll comprehend them at most in my free time. However, based on the current situation, my law clone seems to be able to comprehend the law of time on its own. However, it seems that a law avatar can only comprehend one law. This is completely different from the main body. For example, the law of life clones can only comprehend the law of life. The avatars of the laws of space can only comprehend the laws of space. If it weren't for the fact that my temporal law clone went to look for my master and shared his insights with me, allowing my comprehension of temporal law to improve rapidly, I wouldn't have noticed this at all. A law avatar can actually comprehend the laws? Upon realizing this, even Duan Lingtian's main body could not help but wake up from his cultivation. He immediately sent a message to Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, did you know that non-native law clones can leave the main body and comprehend the corresponding laws independently? On the other side, Zhen Pingfen quickly responded, isn't this common sense? You don't know? Common sense? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that his great discovery was actually common knowledge that everyone knew? At the same time, Zhen Pingfen continued to send a message to Duan Lingtian. This world is fair after all. The natives of the realms of gods possess the power of bloodline. Naturally, some of them can't activate the power of bloodline because they lack the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. There are strong and weak bloodlines as well. Those who aren't natives of the realms of gods and don't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse won't be able to activate the power of bloodline. However, they can still form law clones. Not only can a law clone be used to assist in battle, but it can also be used to comprehend the laws independently. In fact, those who aren't natives of the realms of gods and don't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse have an innate advantage over the natives of the realms of gods. Naturally, people like you can't compare to us in terms of cultivation environment and cultivation resources. After all, most of us were born in the realms of gods. From the moment we were born, we've enjoyed cultivation resources that you can't even imagine. On the other hand, very few people like you are able to make it to the realms of gods. Even if you have great potential, very few of you are able to reach the pinnacle. Naturally, once you reach the pinnacle, you'll be at the pinnacle. For example, the stronger ones among the ultimate powerhouses are basically people like you. They don't have the bloodlines of other ultimate powerhouses in their bodies. It's also because of this that they have law avatars that can help them comprehend the corresponding law. Of course, it doesn't mean that people like us are weaker than all of you at the same cultivation base. There are many people with extremely powerful bloodlines. Some people's bloodlines can not only assist in battle, but they can also help improve their comprehension of the laws and speed up their cultivation. Zhen Pingfan explained a lot to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian learned a lot from him. In the end, Duan Lingtian's conclusion was similar to Zhen Pingfan's. The world was fair after all. In the end, people like them had an advantage over people like Zhen Pingfan. After all, those who could reach the realms of gods had more heaven-defying bloodlines than those like Zhen Pingfan. There's still more than 30 years until the 7 prefectures feast. I know you've been urging little Yang Yang to help you collect more divine space-piercing shuttles, and the Hidden Sword sect often sends you divine space-piercing shuttles. I believe you have your own thoughts and plans. However, if it affects your cultivation, I hope you can stop for the time being. Your top priority is to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. There's nothing more important before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. If you can't break through by then, the sect might not be able to make you cough up all the resources we've spent on you. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to leave Chunyang School in the future. If you were the sect leader of Chunyang School, I'm sure you know what you'd do if you were in his shoes. Zhen Pingfan's tone was solemn when he said the last sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he realized Zhen Pingfan had been paying attention to him. It was as though Zhen Pingfan was worried Duan Lingtian would take a wrong turn. Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. As for the intermediate Celestial Emperor, I'll definitely break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years. When Zhen Pingfan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he sighed in relief. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, if you can really break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years, you'll be able to make it before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. It'll be held by the 5 top Celestial Emperors in Tunglung Province. At that time, you can go with Yin Peak to the Grand Banquet. Of course, you'll have to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm first. Otherwise, Yin Peak won't give you a place. As he finished speaking, Zhen Pingfan's indifferent tone once again became serious. The Grand Banquet? Duan Lingtian sounded confused. Is the Grand Banquet a place where the 5 top forces trade with each other? It's not just about trading. Zhen Pingfan said. Every Grand Banquet is held 10 days before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. This time, it'll be held in the 7 Kills Valley. The Grand Banquet is not only about trading, but also about learning from each other and gambling. Of course, it's mostly about learning from each other and gambling for the younger generation. In addition, there'll be an auction where the 5 top forces will gather all the rare treasures they've collected. Zhen Pingfan paused and said, in short, if you can go to the Grand Banquet, you'd better go. Maybe you'll get something unexpected. However, you'll have to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm first. Otherwise, even if I'm willing to let you go, my father won't allow it. I can help to decide who will go to the Grand Banquet, but my father will have to look at it and confirm it a second time. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look forward to it when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. As for the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm, he was more than 90% sure that he could break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years. That was if there were no accidents during this period. Righteous Island was the place where the people of the righteous lineage cultivated. The righteous lineage was just a relatively ordinary lineage among the 19 lineages of the Chunyang school. There was only one immortal Emperor realm expert in the lineage. Moreover, he was just a quiet void elder. Lan Zhengming, the old ancestor of the righteous lineage, was only ranked in the upper middle among the group of quiet void elders in the Chunyang school. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't as strong as the strongest ones. However, when it came to stability, there were very few quiet void elders who could compare with him. Even when those void pierce stage elders in the sect mentioned Lan Zhengming as a junior, there was no lack of praises in their words. They didn't praise him for his great talent and high comprehension ability. Instead, they praised him for his shrewdness and intelligence. Lan Jingming actually came from a very ordinary background. The The reason why he could get to where he was today was not only because of his own diligence and hard work, but also because he knew how to take advantage of others. He even relied on his intelligence many times to avoid calamities one after another. There was once when he brought his son and grandson along with him during a calamity. It was supposed to be a trap to kill him, but he still managed to escape. However, at that time, his son and grandson had both died. Among the 3 generations of the righteous lineage, only his great-grandson Lan Shilin was left. Recently, someone from the hidden sword lineage frequently went to the Cloud Peak to contact Duan Lingtian. It seems like they are delivering something to him. Lan Zhengming, who had just received the news, had a glint in his eyes. That Duan Lingtian hasn't gone out since he returned to the Cloud Peak Island from the Myriad Island. Why would he be related to the hidden sword lineage? Lan Zhengming didn't place anyone in the Cloud Peak. Firstly, it was unnecessary and meaningless. Secondly, once he placed someone in the Cloud Peak, it would destroy the relationship between the righteous lineage and the Cloud Peak. In comparison, he naturally knew how to make a choice. The reason why he knew this news was that he got it from the disciple, who was in charge of patrolling around the Cloud Peak Island recently. Chapter 3968. Moreover, the people from the hidden sword progeny who went to Yun Peak to look for Duan Lingtian aren't ordinary people. Lan Zhengming could not figure it out. Even if the sect thought highly of a brat who had just entered the sect, it did not make sense for the hidden sword progeny to be so friendly with him, right? Could it be that Junior Uncle Yi from the hidden sword progeny thinks that if Duan Lingtian can enter the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet, he'll definitely get a spot? Is that why he asked his people to send some help to Duan Lingtian? When Lan Zhengming thought of this, he felt relieved. If that's the case, it makes sense. It seems like they think highly of Duan Lingtian. Lan Zhengming muttered to himself before he sent a message to Lu Hui, the righteous progeny's elder Ling Su. Has the little fellow been behaving recently? At this moment, Lan Zhengming was worried that his great-grandson, Lan Shilin, would look for trouble with Duan Lingtian for no reason. Even if he did not look for Duan Lingtian directly, he was worried that Lan Shilin would look for trouble with the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect. Grandmaster, Shilin hasn't gone out during this period. Lu Hui replied through the voice transmission. Okay. Lan Zhengming sighed in relief when he heard that. Then he added, if he goes out, you can't let him go alone. Also, if he wants to make a move on Duan Lingtian, or the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect, you must stop him. If he doesn't listen, send me a message. I'll tell him personally. Lan Zhengming's tone became much more solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Before Lu Hui could reply, he added, right now, it's not only the sect that sees him as their hope, but the hidden sword progeny also sees him as their hope. Junior Uncle Yi must have instructed his people to send him a few resources. You should know what this means, Li Tianlan said. Before the 7 prefectures banquet begins, not only will the sect not allow anyone to go against him, but the hidden sword progeny will not allow it as well. The sect might care about my reputation, but the hidden sword lineage might not. You also know that person from the hidden sword faction. He wants to do things his own way. Of course, he has the qualifications to do so. After all, he is the most promising person in the sect to enter the upper divine emperor realm, or even the supreme god realm. Originally, Lu Hui was surprised by Lan Zhengming's words. He didn't expect that the Duan Lingtian of Yin Peak's lineage would make his grandmaster so apprehensive. Now, when he heard the last part of his grandmaster's words, his expression turned serious. At the same time, he vowed solemnly, don't worry, grandmaster. I definitely won't let Celine mess around. With you in charge, I can rest assured. Lan Zhengming said again before cutting off the communication with Lu Hui. Ping Sheng's branch was also one of the branches that had void-pierced stage elders in Chunyang School. Although this branch had a mid-divine emperor like a void-pierced stage elder, there was no other divine emperor under him. It was also the only branch that didn't have a quiet void elder among the 7 branches that had void-pierced stage elders in Chunyang School. However, even though there was no lower divine emperor or quiet void elder in Ping Sheng's branch, there was a jade void elder. His strength was very close to the God Emperor realm, and he could become a lower divine emperor at any time. He was also recognized as the most promising person in Chunyang school to become a God Emperor. His name was Yuan Hanjin. He was the adopted son of the old ancestor of Pingsheng's branch, the void-pierced stage elder, Yuan Pingsheng. Even though he was adopted, Yuan Pingsheng, who had never married or had children, treated him like his own son. He taught him everything without holding back anything. As for Yuan Hanjin, he also had a status that was only below one person, and above thousands of people in Pingsheng's branch. Master, are you looking for me? In a courtyard in a quiet valley, a tall and handsome young man was standing in front of a pavilion. He respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man who was sitting indifferently in the pavilion. The middle-aged man had a medium build. His appearance was ordinary and resolute. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. He was the first Jade Void Elder of Chunyang School, and the son of the old ancestor of Pingsheng's branch, Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin looked at the young man and asked indifferently, "You should have heard that Duan Ling Tian, a disciple of the Tianlong clan, has joined the sect, right?" Hearing his master's question, the young man was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Yes." At this moment, Yuan Hanjin added, "I've only recently heard that Duan Ling Tian has quite a bit of enmity with the Myriad Devil sect. Many of your elders even died because of him. Among them, there are two people you see as your own brothers, Du Pejuan and Du Qianjun." Yuan Hanjin looked deeply at the young man and said, "Are you thinking about how to avenge them?" "I dare not." Hearing this, the young man's expression changed. He hurriedly bowed his head, but his body was trembling. "Even if you dare, you are no match for him," Yuan Hanjin said indifferently. The young man was the son of the Myriad Devil sect's sect leader, Yang Qinya. When he heard his master's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes, even if he wanted to take revenge for his former elders, for his childhood friend whom he viewed as his own brother, he didn't have the strength to do so even if he was given the chance. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he knew that he was far from being a match for him. "How's your cultivation recently?" Yuan Hanjin asked. "How far do you think you have traveled from the lower Divine Emperor to the middle Divine Emperor?" Yang Qinya replied quickly. "I am useless. I have only traveled less than 1/5 of the way." "Too slow." Yuan Hanjin shook his head. Yang Qinya was silent. "Originally, I didn't expect you to rank highly in the 7 prefectures banquet," Yuan Hanjin said slowly. "After all, your strength is still lacking. Among the prodigies of the 7 prefectures banquet, you can only rank at the bottom. After all, the prodigies of the 7 prefectures banquet are all at least divine emperors." Yang Qinya lowered his head even more when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. "I am useless. I have embarrassed you, master." Yuan Hanjin shook his head. "To be able to become my disciple, you naturally have your own strengths. Your strength has not caught up to mine because you have limited cultivation resources in the past. Didn't your strength increase by leaps and bounds when you entered the Chunyang school? As for that Duan Lingtian, there's no need for you to compare yourself to him. Based on my understanding of him, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much in such a short time." Speaking of which, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qinya sharply. "Originally, I had the resources to help you become a medium divine emperor before the Feast of the 7 Mansions, and improve the Dharma principles you are good at. However, I wasn't confident you would be able to pass the test. Do you know, how did the senior brothers and senior sisters before you die?" Yang Qinya's eyes lit up when he heard Yuan Hanjin's first sentence. However, when he heard the second sentence, his brows furrowed slightly. Now, after hearing the last sentence, his expression changed instantly. Senior brothers and senior sisters, could it be that they died in the trial that master mentioned? Yang Qinya had always thought he was lucky. He entered the Chunyang school and became the disciple of Yuan Hanjin, the Jade Void Elder. Although Yuan Hanjin was not a quiet Void Elder, a divine emperor, he could become a quiet Void Elder at any time. After becoming his disciple, he also heard that there were actually not only 2 senior brothers before him, but also a few other senior brothers and senior sisters, but all of them died prematurely. All of them had died when they were lower divine emperors. As for the reason, there were many different opinions in Ping Sheng's lineage. However, no one had a definite answer. That's right. Yuan Hanjin nodded. At the same time, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. I discovered that place in the early years. At first, it was open to those below the middle divine emperor level. Later, the resources there were lost, and it could no longer withstand the power of those above the middle divine emperor level. Only lower divine emperors and those weaker could enter. The weaker the person, the more dangerous it is in there. Your senior brothers and senior sisters died in there one after another. One of them almost succeeded. However, he was just one step away from death. When Yuan Hanjin reached the end of his sentence, a hint of regret and pain could be seen in his eyes. After all, they were all his disciples. Was it worth it? Yang Qinya asked in a low voice. Even if there were great opportunities in such a dangerous place, was it worth risking one's life for? Was it worth it? Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qinya with a deep gaze. Whether it was worth it or not depends on the person. Your senior brothers and senior sisters entered the place willingly. Even for you, I'm just mentioning it to you. I won't force you to enter. Although I hope that my disciples can become dragons and phoenixes, I don't want them to die. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have mentioned this to you. After a few experiments, I've discovered that if one doesn't have a strong will and isn't afraid of death, it's very difficult to come out alive. I only mention this to you because I found out about the hatred you might have for Duanling Tian. If you don't hate the Duanling Tian, I won't support you entering. It's too dangerous. However, if there's a seed of hatred, it might strengthen your will and give you a chance. Yuan Hanjin said. When Yang Qinya heard this, his eyes flashed a few times. Then he asked in a low voice, Master, does that place only allow me to improve my cultivation and comprehension of the law? In his opinion, if that was the case, it was only a matter of time. He did not care if he became a medium divine emperor earlier or later. Even if he became a medium divine emperor, he might not be stronger than the Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian's talent and comprehension ability were obviously better than his. It would be difficult for him to catch up with the Duanling Tian. If that's all, I wouldn't have let my disciples enter so many times. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, Although your senior brothers and sisters died outside, they still sent me a message in time. According to 4 of the 6 of them, they discovered that their potential had increased. Their cultivation speed has increased, and their comprehension of the law has also increased. However, they didn't make it and died inside. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin let out a long sigh. Chapter 3969. Master, what kind of place is that? Although Yang Qianya's eyes lit up, his face was filled with confusion. He could not imagine such a place existed. It was fine if it could improve one's cultivation and laws, but it could also improve one's talent and comprehension. Do you find it unbelievable? Yuan Hanjin asked as he looked at Yang Qinya. Yes. Yang Qinya nodded. He did find it unbelievable that such a place existed in this world. Even a godly venerable expert might not have the means to create such a place, let alone an emperor god. No. In other words, even a godly venerate expert might not have the ability to create such a place, unless there was some kind of treasure that could provide certain conditions, and the godly venerate expert used his own strength and methods to create such a place. At first, I found it unbelievable too. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, But in the end, your senior brothers and sisters died one after another. The experiments they did as pioneers told me. It's just that unbelievable. Over the years, I've been studying various ancient books. Not only did I study the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago, but I also studied the history of millions of years ago and even earlier. A few years ago, I came across an incomplete record in one of the ancient books. It was the thing in that record that made me think that the place I discovered might be that thing. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin's breathing became a little hurried. What thing? Yang Qinya asked. At the same time, His eyes lit up because he felt that he was getting closer to the truth. Yuan Hanjin stared at Yang Qianye, then raised his hand and threw out a few formation plates. A few soundproof formations enveloped the two of them. Seeing this, Yang Qianye's face became more solemn. He knew that if it was not a secret, his master would not act like this. One had to know that this was Ping Sheng's lineage, the territory of his master's biological father. The disciples who cultivated here were all his master's martial brothers and their disciples' juniors. His master was being so careful in such a place. It showed how cautious he was. After carefully setting up a few soundproof formations, Yuan Hanjin said word by word, "The most powerful spiritual abode. The most powerful divine abode." Yang Qianye was dumbfounded when he heard those words. He knew about the supreme experts. He had heard of omnipotent god weapons before. He knew that they were high-grade god weapons that had been nurtured by omnipotent experts for many years. Moreover, it was said that only high-grade god weapons with weapon souls could be promoted to omnipotent god weapons. However, this was the first time he had heard of the divine abode of a supreme expert. However, since it was related to the word strongest, it seemed that the strongest divine dwellings were most likely related to the strongest. Master, could this omnipotent divine abode be related to the omnipotent? Yang Qianye took a deep breath and asked. If it was related to the strongest, then it would naturally not be an ordinary item. Even if it could increase a person's talent and comprehension, it would be normal. Utmost powerful beings were the strongest existences in this world. This was especially true for the supreme experts who controlled the realms of gods. Each realm of gods was just a minor world in their bodies. For this reason, the rules in the realms of gods were set by the supreme experts. Whether it was the heart demon blood oath or the natives of the realms of gods leaving their realms of gods, if their destination was a lower realm of gods, their strength would be suppressed. This was the rule set by the supreme experts. In response to Yang Qianye's question, Yuan Hanjin said unhurriedly, "It's related to the supreme experts." Moreover, the supreme experts have gathered all kinds of rare treasures and gathered many venerable grade divine weaponsmiths to forge something similar to a divine artifact. Naturally, the supreme experts do not possess offensive or defensive abilities. The only thing they possess is the ability to nurture the younger generation and improve their talent and comprehension. It can be said that they have the ability to defy the heavens and change their fate. Supreme-level divine dwellings are usually prepared by supreme-level experts for their juniors. Yuan Hanjin said. The moment Yuan Hanjin's voice fell, Yang Qianye's breathing quickened, but at the same time, he had an even bigger question. Master, if that's really the case, since the divine abode was prepared by the ultimate masters for their juniors, why would it still be dangerous? That's impossible. In Yang Qianye's opinion, if he was a supreme expert, the divine abode he prepared for his descendants would not be dangerous. However, his senior brothers and sisters had all died at the hands of that thing that seemed to be the most powerful divine dwellings. Upon hearing Yang Qianye's words, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qianye with a hint of relief in his eyes. The fact that you're able to think of this in time shows that you're more rational than Leng Qing. The supreme divine abode is an item that can defy the heavens and change the fate of their descendants. Naturally, it's impossible for them to harm their descendants. However, there's a situation that's different. That is, after every omnipotent spiritual abode is formed, the omnipotent experts will place a restriction on it. Once he dies, the restrictions hidden in the divine abode will be activated. This is to prevent other ultimate experts from taking advantage of the situation and giving the divine abode he prepared for their descendants. Once a supreme expert dies, his descendants will not be able to escape death as well. There's no point in keeping the supreme divine abode. Therefore, when the supreme expert creates the supreme divine abode, they will leave something behind. That move also turned the most powerful divine dwellings into a hot potato. Of course, although the restriction in the supreme divine abode has been activated, and the energy and resources it contains are constantly declining. However, if it's someone with a strong will and can endure a certain amount of pain, they will be able to use the supreme divine abode as long as they can endure it. However, such people are few and far between. At the very least, It's unlikely that there's such an existence among the descendants of other supreme experts. Even if there is, the supreme expert won't let them take the risk. It's better to create a new supreme divine abode for them. Therefore, after a supreme expert kills another supreme expert and takes the supreme divine abode from him, they will abandon it as soon as they discover that there's a restriction in it. If I'm not wrong, the place I discovered back then might be the supreme divine abode that the supreme expert of the profound handle land that we're in now casually abandoned. The reason he threw such a supreme divine abode into the small world in his body, which is the profound handle land, is because he wants to give the people in his small world a good fortune. This good fortune may cause some people to die, but they are not his direct descendants, so he doesn't care. Yuan Hanjin said. The danger is great, but the opportunity is also great. It's a pity that your senior brothers and sisters didn't make it in the end. Yuan Hanjin sighed. A supreme divine abode is created by a supreme expert at a great cost. Its value is actually higher than that of a high-quality divine artifact with an artifact soul. Of course, the supreme divine abode that I discovered should belong to the kind that has been dilapidated for many years. Now, it can only accommodate existences below the level of a lower-level divine emperor. As far as I know, a supreme divine abode can normally accommodate existences below the level of a god emperor. From a higher-level divine emperor to an ordinary divine spirit, anyone can enter. Yuan Hanjin's words gave Yang Qinya a deeper understanding of the supreme divine abode. A supreme divine abode was very dangerous. However, if one could survive it, he could be reborn, and defy the heavens to change his fate. Now, I've told you everything that I should tell you. As for what you think, it's up to you. However, even if you don't plan to go in, I hope that you will keep your mouth shut and not leak this information. When Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, his gaze became sharper as he looked at Yang Qinya. Also, even if you want to go in and take the risk, you have to ask yourself, is your will strong enough? Are you really not afraid of death? Are you really forced into a desperate situation? After asking, Yuan Hanjin's tone became stern again. Yang Qinya fell silent again when he heard this. Let's go back. Yuan Hanjin raised his hand and sighed. Actually, I don't want my disciples to go to that place anymore. That lousy place. After a few more years, perhaps even a lower divine emperor won't be able to enter. At that time, it will be completely destroyed. Although Yuan Hanjin was just mumbling the last two sentences, Yang Qinya heard it clearly. Master, I'll take my leave. Yang Qinya took his leave, but he could not calm down for a long time. The supreme divine abode. It was a divine object that the supreme experts prepared for their juniors. It could defy the heavens and change their fate. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to go in. However, when he thought about the dangers hidden within, and how his senior brothers and senior sisters whom he had never met had died in there, he shrank back in his heart. He wanted to avenge his 2 childhood friends and a few elders. That's right. However, he had not thought about risking his life for this. Even if I have to die together with the Duan Lingtian to avenge them, I don't think I'll be willing to do that, right? Yang Qinya thought to himself as he left his master's place of cultivation. After Yang Qinya left, a cold light flashed in Yuan Hanjin's eyes. Perhaps I can try again. One last time. Just one last time. Although this disciple's talent and comprehension are not as good as the others, his tenacity is far greater than theirs. However, the hatred in his heart is not strong enough. Chapter 3970. For Duan Lingtian, the Chunyang school was his blessed land. Ever since he came to the Chunyang school, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to before, he could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. This was partly due to his own efforts, and partly due to the Chunyang school. He was responsible for refining supreme divine elixirs. Some rare herbs that could not be obtained in the Tianlong clan could be obtained in the Chunyang school. This allowed him to refine even more precious divine elixirs. In addition, the Chunyang school provided him with a large number of practical resources, and Yin Feng spared no effort to help him. His cultivation had improved by a small margin almost every once in a while. Elder Zhun said that if I can become a middle-level divine emperor in 20 years, I can go with him to the trade fair held by the 5 top divine emperor forces in Tunglung province. Based on my current cultivation speed, I should be able to do so a few years earlier. Duan Lingtian cultivated in his own place. Occasionally, when he was done, he would walk out of his room and take a deep breath before continuing his cultivation. On top of that, if he felt that cultivating was too boring, he would refine some divine pellets and use the Supreme Master's Godhead, as well as the floating image pearls that the Pure Sun sect had lent him, which recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in space law, to further his comprehension of space law. His comprehension of the law of space had improved rapidly. He believed that he had surpassed all the clear void elders in the Chunyang school, and caught up with most of the spirit void elders in the Chunyang school. Of course, he was only catching up with the ordinary spirit void elders. Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu were the best of the Chunyang school's spirit void elders. Duan Lingtian knew that his current attainments in the law of space were not as good as theirs. The Chunyang school's law chamber was also open to Duan Lingtian, but it was no longer of much help to his law. This was because the Chunyang school's law chamber was on the same level as the Tianlong clan's law chamber, except that the spiritual energy supplied to the law chamber was more abundant. The Chunyang school was one of the top 5 God Emperor level powerhouses in the Tunglung province. The amount of God stones and God crystals it possessed was definitely not something a God Emperor level powerhouse like the Tianlong clan could compare to. Of course, the law chamber was useless against Duan Lingtian's law of space, but it was still useful against other laws. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that if he only went to the space law chamber, even if he stayed inside until the 7 prefectures feast began, no one in the Chunyang school would say anything. However, if he stayed in the other law chamber for too long, there would definitely be people who would object. After all, the Chunyang school was generous to him in the hopes that he would rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast. The law of space was helpful in increasing his strength, but it was obvious that other laws could not be improved to the point where they could help him rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast in such a short time. No one was a fool. It was also because of this that although Duan Lingtian had the privilege of entering the law chamber granted to him by the Chunyang school, he did not squander it. If I let the rest of my law doppelgangers go to the law chamber to comprehend the law of space now, there will definitely be many people who will object. However, once I rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast, and let the rest of my law doppelgangers go to the law chamber to comprehend the law of space, no one will dare to say anything. Duan Lingtian was now thinking the same thing. Although he was not afraid of gossip, he did not want Zhen Pingfan to be put in a difficult position. He hadn't spent much time with Zhen Yunfeng, but he was quite familiar with Zhen Yunfeng's son, Zhen Pingfan. Not putting Zhen Yunfeng in a difficult position was the same as not putting Zhen Pingfan in a difficult position. Time flew by as he cultivated. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Chunyang school was calm and peaceful. Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate day after day. He rarely went out because he no longer needed to refine other supreme divine pills to aid his cultivation. The divine pills in his possession were enough for him to reach the intermediate divine emperor realm. All he lacked now was time. Ping Sheng's branch. It was also the branch of Yang Qianye, the son of the myriad demon sect's sect master. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky. It was a middle-aged man of medium build, dressed in an unremarkable blue robe. His features were ordinary and resolute, but his eyes were bright and piercing. "Greetings, martial uncle." When the middle-aged man appeared above Ping Sheng's branch, an old figure flashed out of the void and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. "Little Yunyan." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded to the old man. Then he left under the old man's respectful gaze. The old man was the elder of Ping Sheng's branch who was in charge of patrolling this area. From the way he addressed the middle-aged man, it was obvious that he was a generation younger than the middle-aged man. In terms of appearance, he was good enough to be the middle-aged man's father. Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan's War of the Emperors was still ongoing. The atmosphere in the sect was somber. Duan Lingtian's departure did not have much impact on the Tianlong clan's War of the Emperors. Of course, as a genius from the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian's departure to Chunyang School had caused quite a stir in the Tianlong clan. After all, he was personally invited to go to Chunyang School by an emperor god expert from Chunyang School. In the history of the Tianlong clan, there had never been such a person. Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man, who had been with Ping Sheng's branch in Chunyang School not long ago, appeared near the Tianlong clan at this moment, looking in the direction of the Tianlong clan from afar. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. In the next instant he had already left the Tianlong clan, and no one in the Tianlong clan noticed his appearance. From the middle-aged man's following itinerary, he did not intend to go to the Tianlong clan. He was just passing by from Chunyang School to the Million Demon Sect, a god-emperor level sect under the Tianlong clan. He had to pass by the vicinity of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! A divine artifact spaceship was moving at a moderate speed toward the Million Demon Sect. The departure point was near the Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man, who had previously stayed near the Tianlong temple for a while, was now sitting cross-legged in the spaceship. In front of him, floating image pearls were suspended in the air. There were more than 20 of them. As he used a part of his divine sense to merge with these 20 floating image pearls, more than 20 floating image mirror images appeared at the right time, scattered in the void of the cabin of the divine artifact spaceship. However, these 20-plus images all had one thing in common, and that was that among the 2 or more people fighting, one of them was the same person. These were the floating image mirror images of one person fighting. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize the same person in these floating image mirror images at a glance. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. It was none other than the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. He was a high-level divine emperor, whose strength was comparable to the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. He was also the youngest person in the Tianlong clan. Even if there was no emperor battle, he still had a chance to step into the divine emperor realm in the future. In the floating image mirror images, it could be seen that Long Qingchong was proficient in the law of metal. When he attacked, golden light bloomed, and the sky was filled with dazzling fist shadows. It's still a little difficult for me to imitate his techniques. After all, I'm not proficient in the law of metal. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, and his eyebrows knitted together. After a while, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly flashed. I almost forgot. The clan leader of the Million Demon Sect, Lan Qing, is only a low-level divine emperor. I'm not proficient in the law of metal, but it's very difficult to distinguish the level of divine power recorded in the floating image mirror images. I just need to keep the flaws on the surface. That's simple. 3 days later, the Million Demon Sect had an uninvited guest. An uninvited guest who had silently entered the Million Demon Sect's encampment. Moreover, he had appeared directly in the cultivation grounds of the sect leader of the Thousand Devil Sect, Lan Qing, and had alarmed the upper echelons of the Thousand Devil Sect. Lan Qing had been forcefully killed in front of a group of people. From the beginning to the end, no one had time to use their divine senses to investigate the person who had killed Lan Qing. Plop! However, a floating image pearl prepared by an unknown person fell near Lan Qing's corpse. After someone picked it up and looked at it, they could see that the entire process of Lan Qing's death was recorded. A tall and burly person shrouded in a black robe made a powerful move and killed Lan Qing with just a few moves. In just a few moves, the law of metal merged with the divine power and released a dazzling light. However, no one paid attention to this. The clan leader has been killed. The person who came is definitely a high-level divine emperor. A mid-level divine emperor doesn't have such strength. Should we tell this news to that child Qinya? Let's not tell him for now. The 7 Prefectures banquet is coming soon, and he's the prodigy of the Chunyang school. He might be cultivating in seclusion recently, and might not have received the news. Moreover, he has the clan leader's soul pearl. If he finds out, he'll definitely come back. The sect leader of the Million Demon Sect, Lan Qing, had been killed. Even though the Million Demon Sect's higher-ups tried their best to conceal the news still leaked. For a time, the entire Million Demon Sect began to panic. In fact, the last time the Heavenly Dragon Sect came and executed a group of higher-ups, It seemed that everyone was in danger. Now even the sect master was killed in his own cultivation area in the Thousand Devil Sect's encampment. Immediately, the Thousand Devil Sect could no longer suppress the panic in their hearts, and many people were already preparing to leave the Thousand Devil Sect. They felt that it was too dangerous to stay in the Million Demon Sect. While the Million Demon Sect was in chaos, a divine artifact flying back to the Chunyang school at the exaggerated speed of a high-level divine emperor. Not long after, it returned to the Chunyang school. Half a month later. This is, in the Pure Yang sect, Ping Sheng's faction, Yang Qinya, who had just woken up from his cultivation, and was about to take out a divine pill from his storage ring to continue cultivating, suddenly noticed the shattered pieces of soul orbs in the corner of his storage ring from the corner of his eye. In the next moment, Yang Qinya came to his senses. Was this not the soul pearl of his father, Lan Qing? Father. Yang Qinya's pupils contracted rapidly, and his expression turned extremely ugly. He even let out a shrill cry of grief. Chapter 39-71. Yang Qinya was about to go crazy. His father had actually passed away during his cultivation this time. Moreover, no one had informed him beforehand. Although he did not follow his father's surname, his surname was Yang because his father wanted to commemorate his mother who had died many years ago. His mother's surname was Yang. His mother had died because she wanted to protect him and his father. At that time he was still in his infancy. After that, his father took on the role of both a father and a mother and raised him up. He had enjoyed the love of a father since he was young. In his eyes, his father was even more important than himself. Why was he so outstanding in the Thousand Demon Sect? In fact, other than his talent and comprehension, it was more because of his hard work and diligence. Sometimes, even his father could not stand it and told him to be flexible. Why did he work so hard? He wanted to become more powerful so that he could protect his father and the 10,000 Demons Sect. In his opinion, the Thousand Demon Sect was too weak. In Tunglung Province, there were countless experts who had the ability to destroy the Thousand Demon Sect. Those God Emperor level forces, even if they were already past their prime, just one order was enough to annihilate the Myriad Devil Sect, and even kill his father. He had secretly sworn to his mother that he would take good care of his father for her, and do his best to protect his father. In the past, he had worked hard and diligently. How many times had he risked going berserk in order to break through? There had always been an obsession in his heart, and that was his father. It could be said that the reason he could live for so long was all because of his father. His father was the most important person in his life. He was even more important than himself. If he could bring his father back to life, he would be willing to exchange his life for his father's. No. Maybe it's just a mistake. Maybe my father is still alive. Yang Qinya, who seemed to have gone crazy, suddenly calmed down. The whole process happened without any warning. Ask the martial uncles in the sect. Maybe my father is still alive. Maybe it's just a problem with the soul orb. Yes. It must be. The quality of the soul orb is not good, so it broke. My father is definitely alive. My father is definitely alive. Yang Qinya kept thinking like this to numb himself. However, when he took out the soul orb of one of the martial uncles, and was about to send a message, he hesitated. What if it was true? No. There was no what if. There's no what if. In the end, Yang Qinya's entire body began to tremble. He gritted his teeth and sent out a message. Then, as if he wanted to confirm something, he took out a few soul beads and sent out another message. Then, all he had to do was wait. For Yang Qinya, this moment, even if it was just an instant, felt like an extremely long wait. Moments later, the first message arrived. Qinya, my condolences. Then there was a second voice. Martial nephew, my condolences. Don't be too sad. The spirit of the sect master in heaven would not want to see you sad because of him. After that, the third and fourth rays of light also arrived. A series of messages entered Yang Qinya's ears, causing him to be completely dumbstruck. It was as if he had been possessed. It was as if he had originally thought that there was hope, but at this moment he had been sentenced to death. His father was really gone. His father, who had raised him up as both his father and mother, was gone. No one cared about the problems he encountered due to his overly diligent cultivation, and no one often nagged him, hoping that he would get married and have children soon. That was it. It was all gone. Young Qianye was in a daze for 3 days and 3 nights before he came back to his senses and completely accepted the fact. At this time, he also knew that no matter how sad he was, it would not change anything. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was dead. Father is gone, father is gone. Who on earth is it? Who killed my father? Young Qianye opened his eyes wide, and a fierce light burst out of his eyes. His originally handsome face became somewhat ferocious at this moment. Then he sent a message to his master, Yuan Hanjin. Master, my father is dead. I want to go back to the Thousand Demons sect to see who killed him. On the other side, Yuan Hanjin was somewhat in disbelief. What happened? Why did your father suddenly die? I will go with you. I, Yuan Hanjin, want to see who dares to kill the family of my disciple. As Yuan Hanjin said this, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Master. Young Qianye could hear the anger in his master's tone and was naturally quite moved. Wait for me. Not long after Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, he arrived and took Young Qianye to the Thousand Demons sect in the Divine Emperor grade spaceship at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor. Master, you don't have to be so fast. For the Divine Emperor grade spaceship to travel at such a fast speed, I am afraid it will cost a lot of divine gems, right? Young Qianye looked at Yuan Hanjin with red eyes and said in a hoarse voice, At this time, you don't have to worry about this. Yuan Hanjin said in a deep voice, It is a pity that there is no Divine Emperor grade spaceship in the Thousand Demons sect. Otherwise, I will definitely borrow one for you and return at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor. If it is at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor, it will take less than half a day to return to the Thousand Demons sect. Yuan Hanjin said. Master. When Young Qianye heard this, his eyes became even redder. He was touched. However, with the Divine Emperor grade spaceship at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor, the two of them returned to the Thousand Demons sect in a few days. After returning to the Thousand Demons sect, naturally, they went to find the truth behind the death of the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, Lan Qing. A floating image pearl and a floating image mirror image revealed the truth behind Lan Qing's death. He is tall and burly and is skilled in the law of metal. When he attacked, his fists were dazzling and overbearing. He is probably a high-level Divine Emperor, Yuan Hanjin muttered after looking at the floating image mirror image. Then he looked at Young Qianye and asked, Is there such a person among the enemies of the Thousand Demons sect? As soon as Yuan Hanjin said this, Young Qianye shook his head, and one of the supreme elders of the Thousand Demons sect standing next to him said respectfully to Yuan Hanjin, Elder Yuan, our Thousand Demons sect will definitely not have such an enemy. If we had such an enemy, the Thousand Demons sect would have been destroyed a long time ago. Now we suspect that we don't know when the sect leader offended a higher god emperor, or when the supreme elder reached the end of his sentence. He looked at Young Qianye and hesitated. At this time, Young Qianye opened his mouth and said, Father has always been cautious. He would never offend such a person. Even if he had such a backer, he would not offend him. As for me, I don't think I have offended such a person. Young Qianye's voice became even hoarser. He had seen his father's body that had been frozen by the people of the Thousand Demons sect, and had suppressed his voice for a while. He did not cry. This was because when he was young his father had told him that a man should not cry. Since he has been dead for a while, I think you must have investigated it. Yuan Hanjin looked at the people of the Thousand Demons sect, and asked indifferently, We have. Another supreme elder stepped forward, and took out a few floating image pearls. Then he showed the soul pearls to Yuan Hanjin and Young Qianye. Elder Yuan, Qianye, take a look. The floating image pearls showed a few mirror images. These mirror images all had the same person. This person was tall and burly. His back gave them a familiar feeling. When he attacked, his fists were everywhere. At the same time, he was also skilled in the law of metal. Although this person's strength was only at the level of a middle divine emperor, His back and figure were too similar to the figure in the floating image mirror image that had killed the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect, Lan Qing. They could be overlapped. Who is he? Yang Qinya lost his self-control and looked at the supreme elders of the Thousand Demon sect with red eyes. He asked in a low voice. The supreme elders looked at each other for a while. In the end, one of them stepped forward and sighed. He is the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. The images in these floating image pearls are of him fighting when he was a medium-level godly emperor, said Qin Feng. Now he is already a high divine emperor. At this point, a hint of fear flashed in the supreme elder's eyes. Then, he looked at Yuan Hanjin. At this time, Yang Qinya had already knelt in front of Yuan Hanjin. Master, please avenge my father. The sect master of the Tianlong clan was a high divine emperor. Naturally, he was not someone he could deal with. Moreover, the Tianlong clan was a big family. He could not afford to offend them. He could only rely on his master. If he really did it, I will give you and your father justice. Yuan Hanjin glanced at Yang Qinya and said in a low voice, however, I am afraid that he will not admit it. If he does not admit it, there is nothing I can do to him. Although the Tianlong clan does not have an emperor god now, they have many favors in the past. There is no lack of emperor gods who bear the burden of those favors. It is easy to kill him, but if I kill him without conclusive evidence, I and the Chunyang school will be attacked by some emperor gods. Yuan Hanjin said and shook his head. However, I still have to pay a visit to the Tianlong clan. Then, Yuan Hanjin took Yang Qinya to the Tianlong clan to question the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong of course denied it. In fact, if it were not for the fact that it was meaningless to make a blood oath, he would have made a blood oath. A blood oath could only promise what would happen in the future. It was meaningless to make another oath about what had already happened. Under such circumstances, Yuan Hanjin could only leave with Yang Qinya. At the same time he sighed. Without conclusive evidence, Master can't kill him. I hope you can understand, Master. Yuan Hanjin let out a long sigh. At this time, Yang Qinya was no longer hysterical in front of Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan. It was as if he had completely calmed down. He suddenly looked up at Yuan Hanjin and said resolutely, Master, I want to enter the divine abode. Chapter 3972. The most powerful spiritual abode. Yuan Hanjin was taken aback by Yang Qianya's words. He shook his head and said, Let's talk about it after you've recovered from the pain. We'll see when the time comes. That place is ultimately too dangerous. Yuan Hanjin said. Master, Yang Qinya said stubbornly. Didn't you tell me that the spiritual abode is a test of willpower? I think I'm strong enough to do it now. To me, my father is the most important person in the world. He's been the one who has supported me all this time. Now that he's gone, my previous beliefs have changed. Now, I just want to avenge him. Yang Qinya's tone gradually turned cold. Now death means nothing to me. If I don't enter the spiritual abode, it'll be difficult for me to avenge him. The Tianlong clan may not be able to compete with the Chunyang school in the short term. However, Duanling Tian is from the Tianlong clan. I don't think he'll stand by and watch as I target the Tianlong clan's clan leader. Of course, as you said earlier, if possible, I want to kill him. Yang Qinya added. Don't worry, Master. If I really come out of the spiritual abode in the future, I'll be careful when I attack them. I won't implicate Master and Ping Sheng. Of course, after I succeed, if the fact that I'm involved is exposed, the Chunyang school won't tolerate me. At that time, to avoid suspicion, I might leave the Chunyang school for a while. When I become invincible in the Chunyang school, I'll return to the Chunyang school and help you become the Chunyang school's clan leader. As long as I succeed in my revenge, my life will be yours, Master. In the past, I lived for my father. In the future, I'll live for Master. Of course, the premise is that I come out of the spiritual abode alive. Yang Qianya's tone was resolute, as if there was no room for negotiation. Yuan Hanjin sighed when he heard Yang Qianya's words. I'll give you 1 more month to think about it. If you still want to go after 1 month, I'll take you there. Thank you, master. While Yang Qinya thanked Yuan Hanjin, he did not notice that there was a gleam in Yuan Hanjin's eyes, as if he had succeeded in his plot. He really didn't think that everything would go so smoothly, although he knew that this disciple of his definitely had deep feelings for his father, and if his father died, he would definitely want to take revenge. But he didn't expect that his conviction would actually be so strong. This belief was much stronger than the belief of his other disciple, who wasn't an orphan. In the past, he had also secretly taken action and returned to the family of a disciple of his sect. He made that disciple enter the most powerful divine dwelling with a heart full of hatred, but he still failed. However, that disciple's obsession was not as strong as Yang Qianya's. Maybe he'll really succeed. Yuan Hanjin's eyes were filled with anticipation. If he can get into the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast, one of the 2 spots will belong to the Hidden Sword faction, and the other spot will most likely go to my father. I think those few people will be too embarrassed to fight for it. After all, this is the only chance that my disciple has ever won. At this moment, Yuan Hanjin could already see the scene of his disciple, Yang Qinya, shining brightly in the 7 prefectures banquet. Yin Peak's faction. Duan Lingtian was cultivating, and Zhen Pingfan had promised him that if he could become a medium divine emperor within 20 years, he would give him a spot to participate in the trade meet. The trade meet was jointly organized by the 5 top divine emperors in Tungleng province. Generally speaking, there would be a trade meet like this 10 years before the 7 prefectures feast. This was also a tradition in Tungleng province. The trade fair was mainly for the major forces to exchange what they had and what they didn't need for the time being for things that they could use. Everyone took what they needed. Of course, during the trade meet, some elders of the major factions would also initiate gambling matches between their disciples. They would put up a wager, and the younger disciples would decide who would win the wager. In short, the trade meet before the 7 prefectures feast was a rare event in Tungleng province. Although only the top 5 God Emperor powerhouses of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture were allowed to participate, and no one was allowed to spectate. However, some interesting news would still spread, and everyone would know about it. Whoosh! A wave of air raged in the room, and even the doors and windows were blown open. A figure sitting cross-legged on a bed suddenly opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura was like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian leaped off the bed and stood up. A wave of restless divine energy swirled around his body, as though a group of disobedient electric snakes were slithering back and forth. After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. The divine energy that was moving restlessly around him like electric snakes seemed to have completely calmed down. I've broken through. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I've reached the middle divine emperor realm. Now, it's been less than 100 years since I arrived at the Xiangang land. In less than half a year, I've gone from a god to a middle divine emperor realm. That's not bad, right? Duan Lingtian asked himself. He was quite satisfied with his achievement. Of course, he was satisfied, but he was not arrogant. In fact, he knew that he was not qualified to be arrogant. In the next moment, the smile on his face froze. In another 200 years, the spatial passage between the realm of gods and the lower secondary realm will be opened again. At that time it'll be 1,000 years. Moreover, Kerr isn't in the divine offering land now. I don't know if she'll return to the divine offering land at that time. The planar battlefield, to her, is still too dangerous. I hope she'll be fine. When I become a god emperor, I'll think of a way to go to the realm battlefield in the divine offering land. I wonder if a lesser god emperor can do it. What I know now is that Elder Yi can cross the realm battlefield from one realm of gods to another realm of gods. This is because the realm battlefield is similar to one another. Elder Yi is a middle divine emperor, and Ling Hurenfeng. She should be a middle divine emperor as well. A lesser god emperor shouldn't be as strong as the one she displayed when she invaded the Tianlong clan. Although Duan Lingtian's understanding of the strength of a god emperor was still vague, he could roughly estimate a person's cultivation base through certain things. At the very least, it was certain that Yi Chunfeng of the Hidden Sword lineage was a middle divine emperor. As for Ling Hurenfeng, although it was just a guess, He felt that it was not far from the truth. A middle divine emperor was a conservative estimate, but perhaps a higher divine emperor? Moreover, if what Ling Hu Renjie said was true, Ling Hu Renfeng could be considered his mother-in-law. Back then, you purposely made a trip to the Tianlong clan and gave me a lot of resources. You're very considerate. When he thought of the voice in the Tianlong clan, and the spatial ring that suddenly appeared in his hand, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Back then, the other party must have wanted to help him. As for asking Ling Hu Renjie to hide the news, it was most likely to test him. It was also to prevent him from coming into contact with these things too early, so as to avoid too much pressure. However, this mother-in-law of his had most likely underestimated him. Duan Lingtian. He, Duan Lingtian, had fought his way out of the mundane realms. How could he be defeated by such a small setback? Kerr, wait for me. Duan Lingtian's gaze became more and more resolute. It was only after a long while that his gaze softened again, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. This time, it's 2 years ahead of schedule. Just as well. In these 2 years, I'll take some divine pills and consolidate my cultivation as a middle divine emperor. Just now, the divine power on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body was restless. It was a sign that his cultivation had just broken through and was still unstable. Elder Zhen. However, before consolidating his cultivation, Duan Lingtian still greeted Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, I've broken through to the middle divine emperor realm. Before the trade fair, I'll go into seclusion again to consolidate my cultivation. When you're leaving, remember to call me. After sending this message, Duan Lingtian went into seclusion again. He activated the formation and blocked the transmission. You've broken through? At this moment, Zhen Fanfan was chatting with his father at his cultivation place. When he received Duan Lingtian's message, he instinctively exclaimed in a low voice. What breakthrough? Zhen Yunfeng asked curiously. It's Duan Lingtian. He just sent me a message saying that he's broken through. Zhen Pingfan said in a hoarse voice. What? Zhen Yunfeng was so shocked that he rose from his seat. At the same time, his powerful divine consciousness swept out and reached Duan Lingtian's residence in the blink of an eye. However, when he saw that the formation in Duan Lingtian's residence had been activated, he retracted his divine consciousness. This little fellow. He's broken through so quickly? After retracting his divine consciousness, Zhen Yunfeng's eyes lit up. It seems like we Yunfeng have really picked up a treasure this time. He didn't reply to me. He must be in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation base. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan's gaze was somewhat complicated. When I told him about the trade fair previously, I hoped to give him some motivation. I didn't expect him to break through in such a short time. It's been 2 years since he broke through. Zhen Pingfan sighed with emotion. Zhen Yunfeng said with a smile. Based on the strength he displayed in the past, he's already at the intermediate divine emperor stage. Unless the other 7 mansions and a few other forces have a heaven-defying trump card, he should be in the top 10 in the 7 mansions grand banquet this time. A heaven-defying trump card? Zhen Pingfan's expression turned solemn. I hope he's not that unlucky. That's right. Suddenly, as though he recalled something, Zhen Pingfan looked at Zhen Yunfeng and asked, Father, you said Junior Uncle Ye's original body went into seclusion as soon as he returned. Yes. Zhen Yunfeng nodded with a smile. Then his eyes lit up. Perhaps our Chunyang school has seen another high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. The last time it appeared was 100,000 years ago, said Li Yundong. Chapter 3973. High-grade divine artifacts were divided into 3 grades. High-grade divine artifacts that did not have an artifact soul. High-grade divine artifacts that had an artifact soul, but the artifact soul was not mature. High-grade divine artifacts that had a complete artifact soul. Each of the 3 types of divine artifacts was stronger than the other. Currently, there were a few high-grade divine artifacts in the Chunyang school. They were in the hands of the void-pierced stage elders of the Chunyang school. They could be considered as the best divine artifacts in the Chunyang school. As for high-grade divine artifacts that had a complete artifact soul, the last time such a divine artifact appeared in the Chunyang school was 100,000 years ago. However, that divine artifact was not passed down. This was because the expert who owned the divine artifact in the Chunyang school was killed. Even the divine artifact had become the spoils of war. If Junior Uncle Yi obtains a high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, his strength will rise to another level, right? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Zhen Yunfeng smiled and said, "That's for sure. Let's see when he can finish nurturing his artifact soul." Half a year ago, Yi Qinfeng had successfully returned to the Chunyang school. His journey was quite smooth. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He only knew that his master, Feng Qingyang, was planning to head to the Plains of Gods 10 years after he broke through to the God Emperor realm. "Master, be careful when you reach the Plains of Gods." In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian's clone of the law of time bade farewell to Feng Qingyang's main body with a solemn expression. At the same time, he reminded Feng Qingyang, even though his master had obtained the inheritance of an utmost expert, that inheritance was actually only a spiritual inheritance. There was no material inheritance. It was very helpful to his master, but it was also limited. If his master had a supreme expert's divine spark that contained the law of time, his strength would be even more heaven-defying. "Don't worry." Feng Qingyang shook his head and smiled. "I'll leave an Earth Law avatar here. If anything happens in the realms of gods, I'll be able to contact you immediately." After saying that, Feng Qingyang added, "As long as you're not too unlucky, there shouldn't be a problem. Don't forget that whether it was in the Saint Province realm or the solitary destructive heaven, I've always relied on myself to reach where I am today. And now with your guidance, my future path will be much smoother." Speaking of which, Feng Qingyang's gaze towards Duan Lingtian also became somewhat complicated. He really never thought that there would be a day when he actually needed to rely on the guidance of a disciple of his sect. His disciple had surpassed him ever since he went to the realms of gods. Although he was happy for his disciple, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel any pressure. After all, he was the master. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "In any case, you can look for me if you need anything, master. My time law avatar will stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Currently, Duan Lingtian had 2 law avatars in the lower realms. His time law avatar was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, while his space law avatar was in the mundane realms to accompany his family. Initially, he had planned to bring his family to the Devata realms where the environment was better. However, due to the fact that a few of his family members were in closed-door cultivation, he decided to postpone his plan. He planned to travel to the Devata realms when everyone was present. Naturally, he did not plan to bring his family to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any enemies in the Devata realms, he decided to be careful. After all, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was too big of a target. Who knew if Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, would suddenly send someone who was not a native of the Devata realms to cause trouble for him and his family through the divine void-piercing shuttle. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had already prepared a place to stay in the Devata realms. In the heavenly palace of another Devata realm, the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm was overjoyed when Duan Lingtian concealed his identity and announced his intention to bring his disciples to stay in the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. The heavenly emperor was, naturally, overjoyed when he saw Duan Lingtian, a godly powerhouse, was willing to stay in the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. Moreover, he even prepared a beautiful valley for Duan Lingtian to stay in. It would be a place where Duan Lingtian's disciples could stay in. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had recently set up many formations in the valley. Even the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm would not be able to break the formations, let alone others. Duan Lingtian did not plan to let his family meet the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. He had chosen the heavenly palace of the Devata realm because of the good cultivation environment. After all, The divine stones in the Devata realm were much better than the cultivation environment he had created. It was also because he was not there in person. Otherwise, he could have let his family stay in his small world because the cultivation environment in his small world was better. Moreover, he did not think there was anyone in the Devata realms who could threaten him. Even if someone could threaten him, he could at least escape, right? 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 2 years and a month since Duan Lingtian became a medium divine lord. Swoosh. At this moment, a divine artifact flying ship was flying west of Chunyang School at an extremely fast speed. The speed of this divine artifact flying ship was not slow, comparable to that of a lower divine lord, and this was under the condition that Zhen Pingfan was saving divine crystals. If he did not care about the cost and used divine crystals, the speed of this divine artifact flying ship would be able to reach the speed of an ordinary upper divine lord. However, there was no need for him to speed up. The reason for that was because the people from the Pure Sun sect had all set off for the trade meet ahead of time. This flying god artifact belonged to Zhen Pingfan. Currently, the people in the flying god artifact were not only from the Yun Peak progeny, but there were also people from the Hidden Sword progeny, the Righteous progeny, and the other 2 progenies that Duan Lingtian had never met before. Although there were no clear factions in Chunyang School, there were still some progenies who were close to each other. Although some progenies were not enemies, they were closer to each other. The Hidden Sword progeny and Yun Peak progeny had always been close. As for the Righteous progeny, Patriarch Lan Zhengming of the Righteous Light faction was the martial nephew of Patriarch Zhen Yunfeng of the Yun Peak faction. Although they were martial nephews, Zhen Yunfeng and Lan Zhengming were actually master and disciple. This was because Zhen Yunfeng's senior brother had passed away rather early. Not long after he had taken Lan Zhengming in, he had perished outside. Later on, he'd broken through and become a great god, established his own progeny, and gathered the people of his late master's progeny. He had Zhen Yunfeng's support as well. Because of this, the Righteous progeny and Yun Peak progeny had always been on good terms. Even Zhen Pingfan and his senior brother, Lan Zhengming, were close. The other 2 progenies were also the junior nephews of Zhen Yunfeng, the patriarch of the Yun Peak progeny, so they were close to the Yun Peak progeny. They'd informed the Yun Peak progeny that they would be traveling with them before they set off for the trade fair, because they knew that Zhen Pingfan would be leading the Yun Peak progeny. Zhen Pingfan liked to join in on the fun. With an Emperor God expert leading the team, they were not worried about the safety of their disciples. Moreover, the Hidden Sword progeny would most likely be traveling with the Yun Peak progeny. The Hidden Sword progeny would most likely send an Emperor God expert, Elder Jingxiu. Then, people from various progenies were surrounding Zhen Pingfan and chatting. Looking at Zhen Pingfan's impatient look, it was obvious that he wasn't used to being surrounded by people. Alright, quiet down. Don't disturb the junior's cultivation. As Zhen Pingfan spoke, he pointed at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on one side of the spaceship. Duan Lingtian, who just closed his eyes, happened to see this scene. It made Duan Lingtian speechless. I just greeted the Hidden Sword progeny's Elder Jingxiu, and was about to close my eyes to rest. You're talking as though I've been cultivating all this while? Do you think I'm blind? However, Duan Lingtian didn't expose Zhen Pingfan. After closing his eyes, he didn't move anymore, as though he was really cultivating. When they heard Zhen Pingfan's words, the people from various progenies who were chatting all shut their mouths. After looking at each other and smiling, they found a corner and sat down cross-legged. Lan Xilin sat cross-legged on one side of the spaceship and stared at Duan Lingtian on the other side with a hazy gaze. Almost at the same moment he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hazy gaze, Lu Hui's voice transmission rang in his ears. Don't show any hostility towards Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if anything happens to Duan Lingtian outside, someone will blame it on you. Right now, Duan Lingtian is Chunyang School's treasure. At the end, Lu Hui seemed a little hesitant, but he still added, when we entered the spaceship just now, I discovered that Duan Lingtian has already broken through to middle-level godly emperor. As soon as Lu Hui said this, Lan Xilin's expression changed drastically. He broke through. How is that possible? How long has it been? Lan Xilin couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. Although it's shocking, it's the truth. Lu Hui said in a heavy tone. This Duan Ling Tian is indeed a genius. After a moment, Lan Shilin came back to his senses and replied coldly to Lu Hui through voice transmission. Maybe he's a little genius, but I think it's more because of the resources the sect has spent on him. I only hope that he works hard and doesn't disappoint the sect and get into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. Otherwise, the sect will definitely make him spit out all the resources he's taken. At the very least, he'll have to spit out all the resources from our Righteous Radiance sect. Last time, when Chunyang School gave Duan Lingtian resources, it wasn't just the sect's resources, but also the resources gathered from various progenies. This was because they wanted resources that were useful to Duan Lingtian, a godly emperor, and not other resources. Even the Pure Sun sect's treasury was limited in terms of targeted resources. Chapter 3974. Of course, the people on Duan Lingtian's ship couldn't be the only ones from Chunyang School to participate in the trade fair. There were several other ships nearby that were going with them. As for those few spaceships, there were also people from 2 or more branches in each of those spaceships. Duan Lingtian's ship had a lot of people. There were 5 people from different branches. After all, there were only 19 branches in Chunyang School. He's a good kid. The representative from the Hidden Sword bloodline was an old man. He wore a long, light golden robe, the edges of which were silver. He had a kind face, and he sat there cross-legged, looking like a benevolent elder. It's all thanks to him that Master was able to nurture the soul of Divine Sword. Hidden Sword Branch owes him a big favor. When Master came back this time, he summoned us and said, "From now on, Duan Lingtian is Hidden Sword Branch's benefactor. Those of the Hidden Sword faction must respect him. If anyone dares to offend him, they will be expelled from the faction." When the old man thought of this, he glanced at the few young disciples behind him. When he saw the battle intent and eagerness in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian, he felt helpless in his heart. He could understand the feelings of these little fellows. They were all divine emperors under 10,000 years old in Chunyang School. It was normal for them to want to compare themselves to others. Duan Lingtian had received so many resources from the school. Many people were dissatisfied with him. He asked himself if he was a genius of the same generation as Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be envious and jealous of Duan Lingtian. I didn't want to hurt them. However, to prevent them from provoking Duan Lingtian and angering Master, it's better to remind them. The old man's voice rang in the ears of the 4 young prodigies from the Hidden Sword progeny. Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the intermediate Divine Lord stage. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the 4 of you are no match for him. In fact, when they heard the old man's words, their expressions changed. Duan Lingtian had broken through? No wonder. No wonder he was in the mood to participate in the trade fair. For example, the strongest disciple from Hidden Sword Branch was still cultivating in seclusion to improve his cultivation and comprehend the laws of nature. He was preparing for the 7 prefectures feast in 10 years. He was not in the mood to participate in the trade fair. Although they had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle-level divine emperors, they didn't think much of it. Who knew if those 2 middle-level divine emperors were half dead? If they encountered those 2 middle-level divine emperors, they might be able to kill them. It was not until later on when the Pure Sun sect paid a huge price to provide Duan Lingtian with a huge amount of resources to improve his strength that they vaguely realized things were not as simple as they thought. Perhaps they had underestimated Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had really killed the 2 middle-level divine emperors, why would Chunyang School spend so much money on him? As long as one didn't use their buttocks to think, they would think that it was impossible. Even so, they did not think Duan Lingtian was worth the sect's investment. There were many middle-level divine emperors among the younger generation in Chunyang School, who could easily kill ordinary middle-level divine emperors. For example, the monstrous genius from Hidden Sword Branch. Although they were all true martial disciples from Chunyang School, they were convinced by the monstrous genius' strength. He was as strong as a superior divine emperor. Not many true martial disciples from Chunyang School were a match for him. Duan Lingtian has broken through. Doesn't that mean he's even stronger now that his cultivation base has broken through? When they thought of this, the people from Hidden Sword Branch withdrew their hostile gazes from Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they felt bitter. Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old, right? All of a sudden, they all felt that they had wasted all these years of their lives. The youngest among them was already over 7,000 years old. At the same time, the younger generation from the other two branches who had been looking at Duan Lingtian with hostility were also greatly affected by their elders' words. This time, each of the 5 branches was led by an elder. The rest were all true martial disciples from Chunyang School. On Yun Peak's side, apart from Duan Lingtian, there were 2 other people, a man and a woman. On the other hand, there were 4 people from Hidden Sword Branch. On the other hand, there were 3 true martial disciples from Righteous Branch, including Lan Shilin. As for the other 2 branches, there were 2 true martial disciples from each branch. In fact, none of the truly outstanding true martial disciples from Chunyang School had come to this trade fair. They were all cultivating in seclusion, waiting for the feast of the 7 prefectures to arrive. If Duan Lingtian had not broken through to the medium divine emperor stage in advance, Zhen Pingfan would not have brought him along. Even if he had wanted to bring him along, the other emperor gods in the sect would probably have drowned him with their saliva. The sect had spent so much to cultivate Duan Lingtian, but it was not for him to follow Zhen Pingfan on a sightseeing tour. Before they left this time, Zhen Pingfan had told everyone, including the Chunyang School's headmaster, that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the medium divine emperor stage. The upper echelons of the Pure Sun sect all expressed their satisfaction with this. At the same time, they felt that they had bet on the right person. Of course, the specifics would depend on Duan Lingtian's performance at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Duan Lingtian had not planned to cultivate, but Zhen Pingfan had said that he was cultivating, so he just put on an act. At first, he was just putting on an act, but as he went on, he realized that his cultivation at the medium divine emperor stage was not very stable. Well, then he would continue to consolidate it. In the past 2 years, he had spent a lot of effort and consumed a lot of rare divine pills, many of which were ultimate divine pills, but he still had not completely consolidated it. Wasn't this too slow? When he had just broken through to the lower divine emperor stage, he had not seen it like this even though he had crossed a big realm. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid it will take another half a year to completely consolidate my cultivation. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. That was too long, wasn't it? Fortunately, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were not known by others, or he would have been beaten to death by others. Even if he had the help of divine pills, it would take decades or even centuries for him to completely consolidate his cultivation when he had just broken through to the medium divine emperor stage. Chunyang School had spent a lot of resources on Duan Lingtian, hoping that Duan Lingtian could break through to the medium divine emperor stage. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian could completely consolidate his cultivation at the medium divine emperor stage. If they knew that Duan Lingtian could consolidate his cultivation at the medium divine emperor stage, perhaps their ambition would not be as simple as just getting into the top 10 in the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Duan Lingtian was calmly consolidating his cultivation. It was also quiet in the divine artifact. Even if someone was not closing their eyes to rest or cultivating, they were communicating with each other through telepathy. 10 days later, they arrived at their destination without any problems. We're here. Duan Lingtian was awakened by a voice that rang in his ears. We're here. The trade fair would be held in the 7 Kills Valley, one of the top 5 supreme god forces in Tunglung province. Of course, it would only be held in the 7 Kills Valley this time. After 10,000 years, it would definitely be held in another location. However, it would not be held in the Chunyang School. Previously, it had been held in the Chunyang School. The 7 Kills Valley's base was as hidden as the Chunyang School's base. However, unlike the Chunyang School's base that was hidden in the void, the 7 Kills Valley's base was hidden under the ground. The 7 Kills Valley's base was an underground paradise. The vast underground world was where the 7 Kills Valley's base was located. Above their heads, countless luminous pearls hung high. Luminous pearls were rare items in the mundane realms. However, in the realms of gods, they were common daily necessities. They were no different from candles in the mundane realms. They were no different from light bulbs on earth. Welcome, everyone from the Chunyang school. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, we meet again. This time, there were 3 people from the 7 Kills Valley who came out to receive Duan Lingtian and the others. They were led into the 7 Kills Valley's base. The old man in the lead was also one of the Supreme God experts from the 7 Kills Valley. This was the second Supreme God expert from the 7 Kills Valley that Duan Lingtian had met. Previously, when he was still in the Tianlong clan, he had met another Supreme God expert from the 7 Kills Valley in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. That Supreme God expert had a verbal argument with the Supreme God expert from the Tao Mountain Villa in the Qing Province Prefecture. They had nearly fought. Later on, the Supreme God expert had even challenged the Supreme God expert to a battle in the 7 Kills Valley. Not long after Duan Lingtian recalled this matter, Zhen Pingfan looked at him and said with a smile, Elder Yu, previously, in the Emperor Battle Realm between the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect, Elder Deng Kuei from the Qing Province Prefecture's Puppet Mountain Villa challenged Elder Hong Yunxiao to a battle. I wonder what the outcome was. When Zhen Pingfan mentioned this matter, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Then, he looked at the elder from the 7 Kills Valley who had received them this time. He had been thinking about this earlier. A battle between Supreme God experts should not be a joke. It was unlikely that it was just a casual challenge. Now, when he heard Zhen Pingfan mention this matter, his interest was immediately piqued. In response to Zhen Pingfan's question, the elder from the 7 Kills Valley smiled bitterly. Elder Hong Yunxiao is still a little inferior after all. Although he has improved a lot over the years, Deng Kuei has not remained stagnant either. However, this time, he lasted much longer under Deng Kuei's attack. Overall, Elder Hong Yunxiao's improvement over the years is still greater than Deng Kuei's. In time, it is not impossible for Elder Hong Yunxiao to defeat Deng Kuei. Although Hong Yunxiao had lost, this elder from the 7 Kills Valley did not forget to praise Hong Yunxiao as he explained the facts. Although he was also a Supreme God expert from the 7 Kills Valley and had a high status, and Hong Yunxiao's strength was not as good as his. In terms of background, he was not as good as Hong Yunxiao. Hong Yunxiao, like Zhen Pingfan, had people above him. They did not rely on themselves. However, he could only rely on himself. He only had a group of disciples and no one above him. Chapter 3975. Zhen Pingfan only smiled when he heard Elder Yu's words from 7 Kills Valley. He knew that Hong Yunxiao had a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. Deng Kuei definitely did not have such a high-grade divine artifact. Hong Yunxiao had improved more than Deng Kuei over the years? That might not be the case. Elder Jingxu from the Hidden Sword faction saw that Zhen Pingfan was not tactful at all. She looked at him helplessly and agreed with a smile. Of course, Elder Hong Yunxiao is much younger than Deng Kuei. It won't be long before he can catch up with Deng Kuei, and even surpass Deng Kuei. Zhen Pingfan was his junior brother, and he knew Zhen Pingfan's temper. Seeing that the 7 Kills Valley elder was obviously embarrassed, he promptly stepped forward to smooth things over. The 7 Kills Valley elder's embarrassed old face squeezed out a smile when he heard this. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, did the prodigy from the Tianlong clan named Duan Lingtian come with you this time? As he spoke, his gaze began to sweep past Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples from Chunyang school. A hint of curiosity appeared on his face. He's here. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan, who had been somewhat dispirited, suddenly became interested when he heard the 7 Kills Valley elder's question. What's the matter? Elder Yu, could it be that you want to find a prodigy from 7 Kills Valley to compete with Duan Lingtian? As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan looked at him with shining eyes. That's not impossible. When the 7 Kills Valley elder heard this, he looked deeply at Zhen Pingfan. A prodigy that you, Elder Zhen, personally went to find must be extraordinary. May I know who it is? As he asked this, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others again. He mainly glanced at Duan Lingtian and Lan Shilin. because he felt that these two young people's temperaments were more outstanding than the others. Duan Lingtian, say hello to Elder Yu. Elder Zhen smiled at this moment. Elder Yu. Duan Lingtian also smiled and greeted the other party at the right time. When the Seven Kills Valley elder heard this, his gaze froze. It was one of these two people. This was the prodigy from the Tianlong clan? Back then, when they learned that Duan Lingtian had killed two mid-level divine emperors in succession at the Tianlong clan by himself, the elders of Seven Kills Valley had also held an emergency meeting. In the end, they decided to send the best of the high-level divine emperors, the few experts below the emperor god level, to lead a team to recruit Duan Lingtian into the Seven Kills Valley. They had thought that they had shown enough sincerity. Unexpectedly, the other three forces were as sincere as they were. However, what was even more unexpected was that the Chunyang school had actually sent Zhen Pingfan, the Jingshu elder of Chunyang school and an emperor god expert, had actually left Chunyang school in person to go to the Tianlong clan to invite a brat who had just stepped into the divine emperor realm not long ago. Since Zhen Pingfan had made a move, the people they had sent out naturally could not hold the fort. In addition, Zhen Pingfan's deep threat had caused them to return early. This was because they felt that their chances were not high. In terms of sincerity, they were completely defeated by the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian, I didn't have time last time. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Tianlong clan personally to invite you to the Seven Kills Valley. The old man said kindly. Thank you for your praise, elder. However, I have already told Elder Qin Wuyang of Chunyang school that if I were to leave the Tianlong clan, I would prioritize the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. In other words, even if you went personally, I might not join the Seven Kills Valley. Qin Wuyang. The old man was stunned at first, then he looked at Zhen Pingfan. Although Qin Wuyang was only an elder of Chunyang school, he had heard of Qin Wuyang because of his extraordinary background. Now it seemed that Duan Lingtian's entry into the Chunyang school was led by Qin Wuyang. It seemed that Qin Wuyang had a lot to do with Zhen Pingfan's actions. Thinking of this, the old man sighed secretly. If only Qin Wuyang was from the Seven Kills Valley, he would definitely be a qualified talent scout. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, one of the two young men behind Elder Yu of the Seven Kills Valley suddenly snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, it's your blessing that my master is willing to personally invite you to the Tianlong clan. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. The red-robed young man stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. His tone was bone-chilling as well. Shut up. The old man reprimanded softly, but there was no anger on his face. He smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, please forgive my disciple for offending you. It's all right, I don't mind. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not even look at the red-robed young man. At this moment, Lan Shilin, who had been silent all this while, spoke with a smile. Dao Wei, aren't you recognized as one of the three strongest prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Seven Kills Valley? Why don't you spar with the number one prodigy under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian? Let us see your strength. Dao Wei was one of the three most outstanding prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Seven Kills Valley. His strength was above Lan Shilin's. In the past, the two of them had some small conflicts. Because of Dao Wei's strength, Lan Shilin had suffered quite a bit. He had always been resentful. Now he wanted nothing more than for Dao Wei to fight with Duan Lingtian. Wouldn't it be great if the two people he hated perished together? Of course, he knew that was impossible. At most, the two of them would spar. No matter if it was the Emperor God powerhouses of the Chunyang school, or the Seven Kills Valley. They would not allow anything to happen to the two of them. There must be some kind of stake in a spar. At this time, many of the people from the other branches of the Tianlong clan who were following behind also wanted to see the world in chaos. The people from the 19 branches of the Chunyang school were all present. However, because Zhen Pingfan was the strongest person among the people who came from the Chunyang school this time, he was the one who led the Chunyang school this time. He led the people from the Yin Peak branch, the Hidden Sword branch, the Righteous branch, and the other two branches at the front. The people who supported Lan Shilin now were the people from the other branches who followed behind. In fact, these people were also quite interested in Duan Lingtian's strength, because they had already heard that Duan Lingtian had entered the middle-level Divine Emperor stage on the way here. They were all curious about how strong this young man who had been entrusted with high hopes by the sect was. As for Lan Xilin's claim that Duan Lingtian was the #1 heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school, no one refuted it because there was no need to do so at this time. Moreover, this group of true force disciples from the Chunyang school this time was not the strongest group. They all admitted that they were not as good as Duan Lingtian. Elder Yu. At this time, Zhen Pingfan's eyes were unusually bright. He stared at the elder of the Seven Kills Valley and said with a smile, "So the person behind you is your outstanding disciple, Dao Wei. I've heard a lot about Dao Wei in the Chunyang school. Just now, from what you said, you don't object to the young heaven's pride from your sect fighting with Duan Lingtian. Why don't we let Dao Wei fight with Duan Lingtian?" Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. "I have no objections. It depends on the parties involved." The elder of the Seven Kills Valley, a lesser god emperor expert from the Seven Kills Valley, said with a smile as he stroked the goatee on his chin. "Master, I'd like to see the strength of the #1 heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school." Dao Wei took a step forward and stared at Duan Lingtian with a fighting spirit in his eyes. The #1 heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school? What arrogance! If he could defeat Duan Lingtian, then his reputation would be even greater than before. He had heard that the Chunyang school had spent a lot of resources on Duan Lingtian, so that Duan Lingtian could become a medium god emperor. Of course, he did not think that Duan Lingtian deserved the title of the #1 heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school. However, at this time, even if Duan Lingtian did not deserve it, he felt that it was good to give Duan Lingtian such a title. With this title, if he defeated Duan Lingtian, it would only make his Dao Wei more outstanding. "I don't have any objections." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently. "However, I heard that there are prizes for the battles at the trade fair. If there's no prize, I'm not interested in fighting. I'm lazy." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he stretched lazily and said with a lazy expression on his face, "You're right." Yu Chanlian smiled when he heard this. "Of course there will be a prize. I wonder what kind of prize Chunyang School is willing to give. Or do you want the Seven Kills Valley to give you a prize?" He was quite confident in the strength of his disciple Dao Wei. As for Duan Lingtian, if he had not become a medium god emperor, it was unlikely that he would be a match for Dao Wei. Even if he had become a medium god emperor, his cultivation would not have stabilized. At most, he would be able to fight Dao Wei to a draw. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian grinned innocently in front of everyone. "Let's bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon?" A half-soul high-grade divine weapon. When Duan Lingtian said this, not only Yu Chanlian's pupils shrank, but also Dao Wei's face changed greatly. Even Zhen Pingfan had a stunned look on his face. The other people of Chunyang School, including Elder Jingshu of Sword Hidden Villa, were also shocked at this moment. They only had one thought in their minds. Would Chunyang School be willing to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon? In other words, would they be willing to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon? Could it be that Duan Lingtian obtained the instructions of that person from Yin Peak? This was the thought in their minds at the moment. Even Zhen Pingfan was wondering if his father was going to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon for Duan Lingtian, to bet with the people of Seven Kills Valley. Did his father have so much confidence in Duan Lingtian? For a moment, he could not help but send a message to his father. However, what he did not expect was that his father was also stunned after receiving his message, and then said that he did not know anything. This time, Zhen Pingfan was even more dumbfounded. Chapter 3976. Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His father didn't know about this? Then, where did the half-soul high-grade divine weapon that this kid mentioned come from? Duan Lingtian, don't speak recklessly. For a moment, Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but remind Duan Lingtian through telepathy. It's fine if the Seven Kills Valley doesn't agree, but once they agree and Dao Wei wins against you, You must take out the half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Otherwise, even I and the school won't be able to protect you. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary God Emperor level force. However, this was the Seven Kills Valley, a God Emperor level force that was on par with the Chunyang School in Tunglung Province. Although the overall strength of the Seven Kills Valley might not be comparable to the Chunyang School, the Chunyang School wouldn't want to make an enemy that was not much weaker than them. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian didn't seem surprised when he heard Zhen Pingfan's telepathy. Of course I know. Since you know, why are you still betting? Where are you going to find a half-soul high-grade divine weapon to give to the Seven Kills Valley? Zhen Pingfan said impatiently. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. If I tell you that I'm going to win a half-soul high-grade divine weapon for you, can't you go and borrow the half-soul high-grade divine weapon in Elder Yunfeng's hand? Of course. Maybe I don't even need to borrow it. Unless they want to see it with their own eyes. Zhen Pingfan was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words at first. Then, rays of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the Chunyang School, only a few Void-Pierce stage elders had a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Even he didn't have one. In the past, he didn't think much of it. However, ever since he learned that Hong Yunxiao of the Seven Kills Valley obtained a half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he began to feel unbalanced. On what basis? In terms of strength, I, Zhen Pingfan, am much stronger than you, Hong Yunxiao. In terms of background, I, Zhen Pingfan, was in Chunyang School, but I'm not any weaker than you, Hong Yunxiao, was in Seven Kills Valley. Of course, even though he felt it was unfair, he also knew that it was because Hong Yunxiao was lucky enough to obtain a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Are you sure? Although Zhen Pingfan was confident in Duan Lingtian, he had to be cautious when it came to a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. After all, in the entire Tunglung province, there were only 20 or so high-grade half-soul divine artifacts. Most of them were in the hands of the middle god emperor experts from the top 5 powers in Tunglung province. As long as he's not a high-grade god emperor, I'm 100% sure. When Duan Lingtian transmitted to Zhen Pingfan again, even Zhen Pingfan could hear the absolute confidence in Duan Lingtian's voice. Good. I'll immediately inform my father. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Zhen Pingfan's eyes seemed to be shining. At the same time, he sent another message to his father, Duan Lingtian, and also mentioned Duan Lingtian's promise. Father, in the past 100,000 years of Tunglung province's history, there are only a few high-grade god emperors under 10,000 years old. Moreover, Chunyang School is also paying attention to Dao Wei's cultivation. No matter how many resources we throw at him, it's impossible for him to break through and become a high-grade god emperor. I think it's worth a bet. Zhen Pingfan transmitted. Zhen Yunfeng quickly replied. Of course I know what you're talking about. I also believe in Duan Lingtian's confidence. He can use my high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager. However, I think you're being too optimistic. Do you all think the people of Seven Kills Valley are so stupid? Do you think they'll be willing to play along with you? It's not like they don't know Duan Lingtian's background, Zhen Yunfeng said. Zhen Yunfeng said. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he immediately calmed down. However, when he looked at Yu Chanlian, the elder of Seven Kills Valley, his eyes still flashed with a faint light. Agree. Hurry up and agree. But I don't think Yu Chanlian is qualified to agree to such a thing, right? He doesn't even have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Zhen Yunfeng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that this wager might not succeed. Humph. Dao Wei snapped out of his daze and glared at Duan Lingtian. He suddenly snorted. Duan Lingtian, are you joking? You think you can take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon? The way I see it, you're just too scared to accept my challenge. That's why you're using this as an excuse, right? Dao Wei sneered. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon? What a joke. Even if Duan Lingtian could take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he was confident in himself. The Seven Kills Valley would not let him take the risk. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was much more important in the Seven Kills Valley than he was. Yu Chanlian did not say anything. However, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He felt that Duan Lingtian was making ridiculous demands. The only reason he did this was to make 7 Kills Valley back off. He doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Is he trying to hide his strength, or is he not confident in himself? Yu Chanlian did not think that Duan Lingtian was afraid of his disciple, Dao Wei. After all, this was a monster that Zhen Pingfan personally went to the Tianlong clan to invite back to the Chunyang school. Moreover, Dao Wei was indeed very outstanding. This was an undeniable fact. Dao Wei's improvement in the past few decades was especially shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the fastest person in the history of Tunglung province to cultivate the Divine Emperor scripture. As for the high-grade half-soul divine weapon bet, Yu Chanlian only treated it as a joke. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Even if Duan Lingtian did have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he would not take it out unless he had a death wish. It was definitely not a good thing for a divine emperor to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was enough to tempt a divine emperor. Who said that Duan Lingtian can't take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon? Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Zhen Pingfan spoke first. He said calmly, "My old man can take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager for the battle between you and Duan Lingtian. I've just contacted my old man about this matter, and he has agreed. If you don't feel reassured, I, Zhen Pingfan, can also make a heart demon blood oath on your behalf. If Duan Lingtian loses to you, Dao Wei, I'll give you a high-grade half-soul divine weapon." Of course, the prerequisite is that 7 Kills Valley also takes out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. When Zhen Pingfan said this, everyone except Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even the people from Chunyang School subconsciously wanted to dissuade Zhen Pingfan, but when they thought about how even the ancestor of Yunfeng had agreed, they felt that it was useless to dissuade him. It seems that the ancestor is very confident in Duan Lingtian. This was the only thought in their minds. The high-grade half-soul divine artifact didn't belong to Zhen Pingfan. It belonged to the ancestor. Without the ancestor's permission, Zhen Pingfan wouldn't have been able to use his high-grade half-soul divine artifact as a wager. Duan Lingtian must be even stronger now that he's become an intermediate divine emperor. This was what they thought at the moment. As for the genius disciple of 7 Kills Valley, Dao Wei's expression was gloomy and ugly. He never thought that elder Zhen Pingfan of Chunyang School, Jing Su, would make such a promise. This was Zhen Pingfan, the elder Jing Su of Chunyang School, the void-pierced stage elder of Chunyang School, the son of the ancestor of Yunfeng. Just now, he had learned about Zhen Pingfan's identity from his master. He knew that Zhen Pingfan was the leader of the group of people from Chunyang School this time. Although he was also a low-level divine emperor, his strength was above his master's. Moreover, there were people above Chunyang School. If it was Duan Lingtian who said it, he could still refute. However, when Zhen Pingfan spoke, his mood was completely different. For a moment he subconsciously looked at his master, Yu Chanlian. As for Yu Chanlian, after hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, he was also a little absent-minded. At the same time, he thought that this was a conspiracy. It was definitely a conspiracy. Chunyang School wanted to take the 7 Kills Valley's half-soul divine weapon. Shameless. Too shameless. Chunyang School already has more half-soul high-grade divine weapons than our 7 Kills Valley. Now they want to take the half-soul high-grade divine weapon from 7 Kills Valley. Do they still want to be shameless? However, even though he thought so, Yu Chanlian still had a smile on his face. It seems like Uncle Master Yunfeng has a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. I suppose. Duan Lingtian has already become a middle-level divine emperor? As soon as Yu Chanlian said this, Zhen Pingfan could not help but roll his eyes. He knew that the 7 Kills Valley would definitely not accept Duan Lingtian's bet. It was not that Zhen Pingfan wanted to expose himself, but he knew that even if he did not expose himself, with so many people from Chunyang School, someone would definitely expose himself. Sure enough, when Yu Chanlian saw the reaction of Zhen Pingfan and the other people from Chunyang School, he understood. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Based on the strength you showed in the past, now that you have become a middle-level divine emperor, I think you will definitely be in the top 10 of the 7 Mansion Feast." If you had not become a middle-level divine emperor, my disciple might have had a chance. But now he is no match for you. When Yu Chanlian finished speaking, he was helping his disciple, Dao Wei, admit defeat. When Dao Wei heard this, his expression changed. He wanted to refute that even if Duan Lingtian was a middle-level divine emperor, he might still be able to defeat him. However, when his master's voice transmission entered his ears, he shut his mouth tightly. Unless you are 100% sure that you can defeat him, you will definitely die if you lose the Soul Superior Divine Artifact. How much do you know about him? How dare you say that you can defeat him? It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is conceit. Yu Baoyan's voice transmission was filled with coldness toward the end. Yu Chanlian knew his disciple very well. He could even guess what Dao Wei was going to say, so he sent a voice transmission in advance to shut Dao Wei's mouth. When Duan Lingtian heard Yu Chanlian's words, he smiled indifferently. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Yu. However, if you don't have confidence in Dao Wei, you can choose someone else. As long as it is a genius under the age of 10,000 from 7 Kills Valley, my bet will still count. Chapter 3977. In other words, Duan Lingtian was implying that if Saber Wei was not strong enough, they could ask someone else to do it. Duan Lingtian's words were like a nail in the coffin for the proud Dao Wei. Dao Wei was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he even felt that he had to prove that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, even if he had to risk his life. However, when he thought of his teacher's warning, he couldn't help but consider that if he lost a half-soul high-quality divine weapon of the 7 Kills Valley, his death alone wouldn't be enough to quench the anger of the higher-ups of the 7 Kills Valley. In the end, not only his teacher, but his family would also be in trouble. It seems that Duan Lingtian is very confident in yourself. Yu Lanlian looked deeply at Duan Lingtian again. Although the smile on his face was still there, it had faded by a lot. He felt that Duan Lingtian was a little overbearing. Of course, at the same time, he felt a little helpless. Their 7 Kills Valley did indeed have young heaven's prides who weren't weaker than his disciple Dao Wei, and there was more than one of them. However, even those two were at most slightly stronger than Dao Wei. It might not be certain that he could win against Duan Lingtian, who was suspected to have stepped into the middle-level Divine Emperor realm. If it was just a normal wager, it wouldn't be a big deal to bet with Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian wanted to bet a half-soul high-quality divine weapon. A half-soul high-quality divine weapon was no ordinary high-quality divine weapon. Its value in the 7 Kills Valley was no less than that of a lower-level divine emperor. The 7 Kills Valley would never agree to bet a half-soul high-quality divine weapon for a wager that he wasn't completely sure of winning. Elder Yu is too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly again with a harmless smile on his face. However, in the eyes of the three from the 7 Kills Valley, it was no longer pure, but hypocritical. This Duan Lingtian was too infuriating. Of course, even Dao Wei had to ask himself when he saw how confident Duan Lingtian was right now. If he was in Duan Lingtian's place, he would definitely not have the courage to use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager. Elder Yu. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan was still making his final effort. I heard that among the young geniuses under the age of 10,000 in the 7 Kills Valley, your disciple Dao Wei is ranked third at most. There are still 2 people who are stronger than Dao Wei. It's said that those 2 already have the battle prowess of a high-level divine emperor. Is the 7 Kills Valley really not going to try? Who knows, I might be able to win my father's half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Zhen Pingfan's eyes were shining as he stared at Yu Kulian. The corners of Yu Baoyan's mouth twitched when he heard this. He shook his head and said, Elder Zhen, let's not talk about this anymore. There's no way the 7 Kills Valley will use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager for this kind of battle. Of course, if Elder Zhen wants to fight with one of the middle-level god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley, we can use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager. Yu Kulian's words meant that Duan Lingtian would not be able to win the half-soul high-grade divine artifact from the 7 Kills Valley. However, when they heard Yu Kulian's words, everyone from Chunyang School, including Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This elder of the Seven Kills Valley was one of the few god emperors in the Seven Kills Valley. How could he be so shameless, letting a middle-level god emperor from the Seven Kills Valley fight with Elder Zhen? Zhen Pingfan was only a lower-level god emperor. Although he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below a middle-level god emperor in Chunyang School, there was still a large gap between him and a middle-level god emperor. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the gap between them. Once one reached the god emperor realm, even if one's comprehension of the profound laws was inferior by an entire level, the difference of one's cultivation level was enough to make up for this gap and overtake it in one fell swoop. When Zhen Pingfan heard Yu Kulian's words, the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. He then looked at Yu Kulian with a fake smile and said, "Elder Yu, I admit that I am not your match for a middle-level god emperor. Why don't you and Hong Yunxiao fight me alone? If I win, the Seven Kills Valley will lose a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. If I lose, my old man's half-soul high-grade divine artifact will be lost to the Seven Kills Valley." When Zhen Pingfan said this, the smug smile on Yu Kulian's face froze slightly. Behind him, Dao Wei and the other two also had ugly expressions. They felt that Zhen Pingfan was looking down on them too much. On the other hand, other than the leaders of the various factions, everyone else in the Chunyang School looked shocked. Elder Zhen. Does he think that he can defeat the two lower-level god emperors of the Seven Kills Valley by himself? Elder Zhen is only a lower-level god emperor, right? It won't be easy for a lower-level god emperor to fight two lower-level god emperors alone, right? Although they were shocked, they also felt that since Elder Zhen dared to say this and even used his father's half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager, he must be confident. Otherwise, wouldn't Ancestor Yin Feng break his legs? Elder Zhen. Now that he had seen Zhen Pingfan's confidence and saw the frozen smile on Yu Kulian's face, Duan Lingtian was also shocked. In the past, although he knew that Zhen Pingfan was very strong and was recognized as invincible under the middle-level God Emperor realm in the Chunyang School. After all, rumors were only rumors. Moreover, who could guarantee that someone was not deliberately bragging about Zhen Pingfan's strength and flattering Zhen Pingfan? Until now, when he saw the expression on the face of the Seven Kills Valley's elder, the God Emperor expert Yu Kulian, he finally realized that Zhen Pingfan's strength was not just in name but also in reality. Elder Zhen. After the smile on his face froze for a while, Yu Kulian finally spoke with a self-deprecating expression. You must be joking. Who in the Tunglung province doesn't know that you are invincible under the lower-level God Emperor realm? You killed a lower-level God Emperor and severely injured a lower-level God Emperor as soon as you became one. This is a real battle record. Even now, I still have the soul orb you recorded at that time. Not to mention Hong Yunxiao and I, even if there were another lower-level God Emperor, they would not be able to beat you. When Yu Kulian said this, other than Duan Lingtian and the leaders of the various branches of the Chunyang School who were relatively calm, the others were quite shocked. This included Dao Wei and Yu Kulian who were standing behind Yu Kulian. This Zhen Pingfan is so strong? Dao Wei and Yu Kulian exchanged glances. When they communicated through voice transmission, they could hear the shock in each other's words. Just like that, whether it was Duan Lingtian's battle or Zhen Pingfan's battle, it came to an end. Zhen Pingfan felt that it was a pity. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact. It was gone just like that. Zhen Pingfan felt that it was a pity. Duan Lingtian also felt that it was a pity. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact was not a big deal to him. After all, he had a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. As for a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, he also had a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, which was given to him by Linghu Renfeng when he broke into the Tianlong clan. If it was not given to him by Linghu Renfeng, he would have given it to Zhen Pingfan. Because it was given to him by Linghu Renfeng, he could not give it away casually. This was because he knew that even Linghu Renjia did not necessarily have such a divine artifact. Moreover, he planned to return that half-soul high-grade divine artifact to Linghu Renfeng in the future. I can only find another opportunity next time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Ever since he entered the Chunyang School, Zhen Pingfan had taken good care of him. Along the way, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Zhen Pingfan. If he could give him a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was tantamount to returning Zhen Pingfan's favor. After the bet failed, the people from the Chunyang School and the Seven Kills Valley were somewhat silent. However, although they were silent on the surface, the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian, was communicating with Zhen Pingfan via voice transmission. Elder Zhen, actually, it is not completely impossible for you to obtain a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Hearing Yu Chanlian's words, Zhen Pingfan's eyes narrowed slightly. When Zhen Pingfan looked over, Yu Chanlian said, "This time, the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Machi clan is among the people who came from the Machi clan, Machi Hong." "So what?" Hearing Yu Chanlian's words, Zhen Pingfan said indifferently, "Even if he is stronger than your disciple, Dao Wei, there is a limit to his strength. You are all so smart. Do you think the people from the Machi clan are idiots? You are too insignificant. A clan with a heritage of over 100,000 years, and a god-emperor-level clan at that." Of course, Zhen Pingfan knew about Machi Hong. He was the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Machi clan. His cultivation base was at the intermediate god-emperor stage, and he was said to be invincible among those below the high-level god-emperor stage. Among the younger generation of the entire Tunglung province, apart from those who might have hidden themselves, Machi Hong was among the top 3 prodigies below the age of 10,000. At the very least, the 3 prodigies of the younger generation of the Seven Kills Valley were no match for Machi Hong, unless they had reached the high-level god-emperor stage. This was because Machi Hong had defeated the strongest prodigy of the younger generation of the Seven Kills Valley with 10 moves 200 years ago. Because of this, he had become famous in Tunglung province. Yu Chanlian smiled nonchalantly. If it was in the past, it would have been impossible. But what if Machi Hong has already reached the high-level god-emperor stage? Moreover, as far as I know, his goal in the 7 prefectures grand banquet in 10 years' time is not to be in the top 10, but the top 3. Zhen Pingfan did not hear Yu Chanlian's last sentence. That was because the first sentence had already frightened him. Machi Hong was already a high-level god-emperor? Did this not mean that he had created history by becoming the first high-level god-emperor below the age of 10,000 in the history of Tunglung province? If Machi Hong hadn't become a high-level god-emperor, he wouldn't have come to the trading meet. Yu Chanlian continued to say, "By the way, the person leading the Machi clan this time is Machi Hong's great-great-grandfather, Machi Ju." Machi Ju? Zhen Pingfan regained his senses when he heard Yu Bailian's words. He looked at Yu Bailian deeply before he said, "Old Yu, I heard that when you were young, you were slapped by Machi Ju because you said too much at an inappropriate time. Are you still holding a grudge?" Chapter 3978. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Yu Chanlian's expression froze. Then he coughed twice awkwardly. After that, he sent a sound transmission to Yu Chanlian. "You rascal, don't judge a gentleman by his small heart. Am I, Yu Chanlian, that kind of person? I'm just being nice. Do you understand? You should be familiar with Machi Ju. He has a bad temper and is brainless. This time he has been bragging about his great-grandson, Machi Hong, in front of everyone. Most importantly, he cares about his reputation. You just have to provoke him. Well, casually say that Machi Hong is worse than a dog's fart in front of Duan Lingtian. I'm sure he won't be able to take it. With his bad temper, do you think he'll be able to take it? More importantly, he has a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. He doesn't even need to wait for Machi World to send it over. It's so convenient. Furthermore, although a few other people have come from the Machi World this time, the strongest among them is only a lesser god-emperor. He's only a medium god-emperor, and has the highest status. Why would he listen to their advice? Trust me, you're right." Yu Chanlian paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. He quickly said to Zhen Pingfan, "You rascal, don't tell anyone that I asked you to find someone to win the half-soul high-grade divine artifact from him. Also, Don't tell anyone that I'm the one who told you that Machi Hong has only been a upper god emperor for less than 100 years. He hasn't completely stabilized his cultivation yet. Zhen Pingfan's eyes narrowed slightly when Yu Lanlian said this. A glint flashed across his eyes. At this time, Yu Chanlian spoke again. Of course, this is based on the premise that Duan Lingtian has the confidence to defeat Machi Hong, who has just been a upper god emperor for less than 100 years. Otherwise, what I'm saying is meaningless. Zhen Pingfan naturally understood what Yu Chanlian meant. Machi Ju. In Zhen Pingfan's mind, the figure of a burly old man appeared. It was the figure of a burly old man with a head of white hair that stood up like a white-haired lion king. The other party was one of the 3 golden throne old ancestors of the Machi clan, Machi Ju, one of the 4 god emperors of the Machi aristocratic family. Other than the 3 golden throne old ancestors of the Machi world, the current clan head of the Machi world was also a middle god emperor. That old man actually came personally this time. A figure once again appeared in Zhen Pingfan's mind. I remember that the half-soul high-grade divine artifact in his hand was a spear. Although I don't like spears, as long as half of my soul becomes a complete soul, I can change its shape at any time. Ahem. Isn't it too early for me to be thinking about this? I haven't asked Duan Lingtian if he's confident. After all, Duan Lingtian is using the old man's half-soul prominent divine weapon as a wager. If he loses, the old man will definitely skin me alive. When he thought of this, Zhen Pingfan finally calmed down. At this time, Elder Yu Chanlian of the 7 Kills Valley brought Duan Lingtian and the others to the place where they were arranged to stay. There were many mansions in the vast valley. This was also the place that the 7 Kills Valley had specially prepared for the students of Chunyang School. There were more than enough mansions in the valley for each person to occupy. Elder Zhen, the people from the Machi world are in that valley. Just as Zhen Pingfan was about to call Duan Lingtian and ask him if he was confident in defeating a person who had just become a high-level god emperor, Yu Chanlian's voice rang in his ears again. It was unclear if Yu Chanlian had done it intentionally or not, but when he was transmitting his voice to Zhen Pingfan, he had subconsciously glanced at another independent valley that was about a mile away. Zhen Pingfan also looked in that direction, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Old Yu, if this succeeds, Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Yu Chanlian, wanting to promise him some benefits. After all, Yu Chanlian's contribution would not go unnoticed if they really obtained Machi Ju's high-grade divine artifact. Don't. Before Zhen Pingfan could finish speaking, Yu Chanlian had already guessed what he was going to say. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to refuse. As long as you don't mention me after obtaining his high-grade divine artifact, I will be eternally grateful. If that barbarian Machi Ju finds out that it was my idea, won't he skin me alive? Yu Chanlian seemed to be still worried. Elder Zhen, you can't betray me. Of course. Zhen Pingfan gave Yu Chanlian a deep look. Why hadn't he realized that Yu Chanlian had such a ruthless side to him before? He remembered. Machi Ju had slapped Yu Chanlian more than 30,000 years ago, right? How could he still remember a slap from 30,000 years ago? Originally, Zhen Pingfan had not forgotten this and had not thought much of it. However, now that he thought about it, his hair stood on end. He looked at Yu Chanlian with a hint of dread. Old Yu is too vengeful. In the future, either I don't make a grudge with him or I treat him as a mortal enemy. For existences below the godly monarch realm, 30,000 years might not be a big deal. They could just pass it by casually. However, existences above the godly monarch realm would fight with the heavens every day because of the millennium tribulation, hoping that they could successfully survive the next tribulation. 30,000 years meant 30 millennium tribulations. Everyone, from today until the day you leave this valley, you can cultivate and stay here. If you need anything, you can look for the disciples patrolling the vicinity of the 7 Kills Valley. The 7 Kills Valley is known as the Valley of Hospitality. The trade meet will be held in half a month. At that time, I will personally lead you to the site of the trade meet. After bidding farewell to the people of Chunyang School, Yu Chanlian left with Dao Wei and Lin Shilin as the leaders of the various branches of Chunyang School expressed their gratitude. When Dao Wei left, he still looked at Duan Lingtian with an unconvinced gaze. Duan Lingtian did not care about that. A medium godly emperor was no longer a threat to him. What a pity! Lan Shilin sighed inwardly when he saw Dao Wei leave. He had thought that Duan Lingtian and Dao Wei would fight, but it did not happen in the end. However, is Duan Lingtian so confident that he can defeat Dao Wei? He even dared to bet the Patriarch's half-soul high-quality divine artifact. Also, why does the Patriarch trust him so much? Isn't he worried that he will lose the half-soul high-quality divine artifact? As he thought of this, Lan Shilin's eyes inadvertently swept over Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. The Patriarch doted on him a lot. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, there was still a gap. That was a half-soul high-quality divine artifact. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian had only been in Chunyang school for a few decades. Duan Lingtian, come here for a moment. Duan Lingtian finally greeted Elder Jingxiu, the leader of the Hidden Sword branch, and found a mansion to stay in. The other people of Chunyang school also found their own mansions to stay in. He was about to cultivate when he received a message from Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then he left the mansion he occupied and went to Zhen Pingfan's mansion. Zhen Pingfan's mansion was nearby. He had also paid attention to the direction where Zhen Pingfan was staying, so it was not difficult to find him now. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he saw Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian saw Zhen Pingfan casually throw out a few array discs. Layers of arrays that isolated sound, divine consciousness, and vision covered the entire mansion in the blink of an eye. Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Seeing how cautious Zhen Pingfan was, Duan Lingtian's expression changed from calm to solemn. Zhen Pingfan was so careful. It must be something serious. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan had a lazy smile on his face as he gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the front courtyard. Then he asked with a smile on his face, "You must have become much stronger after becoming a medium divine emperor, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have openly challenged the 3 young geniuses of the 7 Kills Valley and bet a half-soul superior divine weapon." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly at Zhen Pingfan's words. "Elder Zhen, if you have something to say, just say it. However, I'm afraid the half-soul superior divine weapon of the 7 Kills Valley is out of the question. Even if you ask me to challenge the 3 geniuses, I'm afraid they won't be able to make the decision. Let's not talk about the other 2 geniuses. Just look at Dao Wei. Do you think he will bet with me? Moreover, he and the other 2 geniuses don't have the right to decide the half-soul superior divine weapon." Duan Lingtian thought Zhen Pingfan wanted him to challenge Dao Wei and the other 2 geniuses and force them to bet with him. "Do you think I asked you to come here because of this?" Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Do you think I'm that stupid? No matter how you provoke the 3 of them, or even force them to attack you, what's the use? They have a half-soul superior divine weapon?" Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly at Zhen Pingfan's ridicule. "I'm just worried that the temptation of a half-soul superior divine weapon will make you lose your mind, Elder Zhen." However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually faded. "If not for this, why did you ask me to come here?" Because Zhen Pingfan had asked him about his current strength, he didn't think that Zhen Pingfan wanted to challenge the person in the 7 Kills Valley who had a half-soul superior divine weapon. Forget it. Zhen Pingfan took a deep breath and stared straight at Duan Lingtian. He asked, "Tell me directly, do you have the confidence to defeat a superior divine emperor who has only been a superior divine emperor for 100 years? Before he broke through, his strength should be slightly stronger than Dao Wei and the other 3 geniuses of the younger generation in the 7 Kills Valley. Of course his strength is limited." At this point, Zhen Pingfan coughed dryly. "His strength is limited?" Seeing Zhen Pingfan's unnatural expression, Duan Lingtian immediately felt that something was amiss. He quickly asked, "How is it limited?" Zhen Pingfan smiled awkwardly. "Actually, it's nothing much. That person 200 years ago defeated the strongest person of the younger generation in the 7 Kills Valley in 10 moves. Chapter 3979. He was also a middle-level divine emperor, but he had defeated the strongest person among the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley in 10 moves. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at him mockingly. Elder Zhen, is this what you meant by, it's actually nothing? A middle-level divine emperor, who had such strength 200 years ago and broke through to become a high-level divine emperor 100 years ago. Do you think I can defeat him? You have a lot of confidence in me. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head and laugh. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that there was no lack of outstanding young geniuses in Tunglung province who were under the age of 10,000 years old. Now, the person Zhen Pingfan was talking about, in his opinion, among the young geniuses in Tunglung province who were under the age of 10,000 years old, there was almost no one who could defeat him. Are you confident? Zhen Pingfan took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head. After all, I don't know how well he has consolidated his cultivation since he just became a high-level divine emperor. Moreover, I don't know how many profundities he has comprehended. Moreover, he defeated the strongest person among the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley 200 years ago. I don't know how strong that person is. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment and looked deeply at Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, who's the person you're talking about? Zhen Pingfan's eyes flickered when he heard this. He did not hide anything and said bluntly, Machi Hong from the Machi family. The Machi family. Duan Lingtian naturally knew about this family. The Machi family was one of the top forces in Tunglung province who had gone to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. The Machi family was an emperor god-level family in Tunglung province that was as famous as the Chunyang school and the Seven Kills Valley. They were very powerful and had many emperor gods in their sect. However, compared to the Chunyang school and the Seven Kills Valley, the Machi family was more mysterious to a certain extent. After all, as a family, they would not casually recruit disciples. Even if they recruited disciples, they would only recruit disciples from the branch family. Even if they were talented disciples from the branch family, they would not be willing to join the Machi family. In this sort of situation, the experts in the Machi clan were basically all members of the Machi clan. They were all people with the surname Machi. Of course, this did not mean that the Machi family did not have any geniuses with other surnames. The Machi family also welcomed geniuses and would make all kinds of promises. Sometimes, in order to recruit and retain a genius, the Machi family would often introduce outstanding disciples from the family to the genius and use marriage as a method to make the genius stay in the Machi family. At the same time, through marriage, the Machi family had bound many emperor god-level and emperor god-level clans in Tunglung province. Almost all of the geniuses from these clans eventually joined the Machi family. Because of this, as a family with limitations, the Machi family grew stronger in Tunglung province and had been passed down to this day. After all, in terms of inheritance, a family could not be compared to a sect in many aspects. A sect did not care about blood ties, but a family could not avoid this. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when the people from the Machi family had come to recruit him, they had not only offered a generous price, but they had also promised to marry the most outstanding female disciple of the Machi family's younger generation, who was equally outstanding in terms of appearance and temperament. Apart from recruiting Duan Lingtian into the Machi family, it was obvious that they also wanted to bind Duan Lingtian to the Machi family. Machi Hong. In fact, Duan Lingtian had heard of Machi Hong before. Machi Hong was the strongest person in the Machi family's younger generation under 10,000 years old. It was said that even the second strongest person in the Machi family could not last more than 10 moves against him. This rumor had started several hundred years ago. Machi Hong was the most monstrous existence under 10,000 years old in the history of the Machi family. Many people even said that he had a chance of becoming a god emperor before the age of 12,000. It should be known that even the former monstrous genius of the Chunyang school, Yi Chenfeng, who was the current old ancestor of the hidden sword lineage, had only become a god emperor when he was 13,000 years old. Before that, Yi Chenfeng had created history in Tunglung province by breaking the record for the fastest time to become a god emperor in Tunglung province. Duan Lingtian had only heard about this from Zhen Pingfan after meeting Yi Qinfeng. Many people thought that Ma Qihong of the Machi family would be able to break Yi Qinfeng's record. He actually became a high-level god emperor 100 years ago. Duan Lingtian remembered that Ma Qihong was only a little over 8,000 years old. Originally, he had thought that the Machi family had deliberately spread the rumor and exaggerated it. However, it seemed like it was not impossible for Ma Qihong to become a god emperor before the age of 12,000. Elder Zhen, you want me to defeat Ma Qihong? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Zhen Pingfan and asked with a smile. Are you worried that I will be defeated by him in the 7 prefectures banquet? However, if you are really worried about this, I don't think it's necessary. If Ma Qihong has really become a high-level god emperor, he will definitely be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet. Based on his strength as a middle-level god emperor, he might even be able to make it into the top 3. Duan Lingtian shook his head at this point. Chunyang School only expects me to be in the top 10. If I enter the top 10, I won't have to worry about defeating him. Duan Lingtian said. I'm not worried about the 7 prefectures banquet. Zhen Pingfan rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. If it's the 7 prefectures banquet, what do I have to worry about? As you said, if you only enter the top 10, he won't be able to affect you much no matter how strong he is. You brat. Isn't it because you mentioned the half-soul high-grade divine artifact that I'm interested? The 7 Kills Valley will definitely not take out a half-soul high-grade divine artifact to bet with you. However, the Machi family has a chance. Zhen Pingfan rubbed his temple with his right middle finger and sighed softly. However, if you don't have the confidence to defeat Ma Qihong, you are destined to miss this opportunity. Half-soul high-grade divine artifact? Duan Lingtian understood when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. So he was the one who had caused this matter in the first place? When he mentioned the half-soul high-grade divine artifact, not only did Elder Zhen take notice of it, but he also targeted the Machi family. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Even if it's the Machi family, I'm afraid Ma Qihong isn't a fool, right? If I take the initiative to bet the half-soul high-grade divine artifact with them, do you think they will agree? Maybe they are like Elder Yu from the 7 Kills Valley. They might think that we are confident, and that's why they dare to make the bet. This matter concerns the half-soul high-grade divine artifact. It's not that simple. Zhen Pingfan nodded in agreement at Duan Lingtian's words. It's not that simple. However, there is indeed an opportunity now. When Zhen Pingfan saw the doubt in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he immediately relayed the contents of the voice transmission between him and the 7 Kills Valley's elder Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was stunned. Elder, you actually remembered the slap from 30,000 years ago until now? I really didn't expect that Elder Yu, who looks so kind and amiable, to be such a vengeful person. If Elder Zhen didn't tell me personally, I wouldn't have believed it. Duan Lingtian sighed. I also just found out. Zhen Pingfan also sighed. Most importantly, I have interacted with Old Yu a few times in the past and thought that he was a decent person. However, I really didn't expect him to be so vengeful. Fortunately, I don't have any enmity with him. Otherwise, I'm really worried that he would set me up one day. Zhen Pingfan's words sent a chill down Duan Lingtian's spine. This kind of person was indeed terrifying. If they became enemies, they had to kill the other party. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky one sooner or later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian roughly understood Zhen Pingfan's thoughts. Ma Qihong, the Golden Throne old ancestor of the Machi family, was obstinate and self-opinionated. If Duan Lingtian could infuriate him, coupled with his confidence in Ma Qihong, he would most likely agree to the wager. Now the key was whether Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat Ma Qihong. Elder Zhen, I don't dare to make any guarantees about this matter. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn as he said. I can only say that we need to understand Ma Qihong first. At the very least, we need to know the profundities of the law he comprehended, and the method he used to activate his bloodline power. Give me as much detail as you can. Besides, you have to tell me how much stronger he has become after becoming a high-level divine emperor. Lin Feng continued, he's a high-level divine emperor now. I can only do a rough estimate if I'm confident. Otherwise, it's better if we don't make this wager. It was better to be safe than sorry. Duanling Tian, naturally, did not want to harm Jin Pingfan and Jin Yunfeng in the process of obtaining a half-soul prominent divine weapon. If Ma Qihong was only a mid-level divine emperor, Duanling Tian would not have to worry so much. However, the problem was that Ma Qihong was a high-level divine emperor. I'll ask around in the next few days. After listening to Duanling Tian's words, Jin Pingfan nodded solemnly. I'll let you know when I get more information. At that time, if you're confident, we can make a wager. If you can't defeat me, then forget it. I don't want my old man to kill me. Jin Pingfan smiled bitterly when he reached the end of his sentence. Duanling Tian was also amused. On the third day after Duanling Tian left Jin Pingfan's place and returned to his residence, he received a message from Jin Pingfan. During these 3 days, Jin Pingfan had also gathered information about Ma Qihong from various sources and told Duanling Tian everything he knew about the Machi clan. Not only did he tell Duanling Tian about the profundities of the law that Ma Qihong had comprehended, but he also told Duanling Tian about Ma Qihong's advancement in his cultivation base. It could be said that as long as Ma Qihong did not deliberately hide anything, all his information would be exposed to Duanling Tian. Are you confident? Duanling Tian could hear the urgency in Jin Pingfan's voice when he asked. Yes. Chapter 3980. In the face of Jin Pingfan's urgent inquiry, Duanling Tian pondered for a moment before he slowly said, If he's not hiding anything, I'm confident. Even if he's hiding something, as long as it's not too exaggerated to the extent that we can't imagine, we'll still be able to fight to a draw. Elder Jin, please inform Elder Yunfeng. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's last sentence, Jin Pingfan, who was in the nearby mansion, suddenly brightened. Then he replied excitedly, All right. Originally, he did not have much hope after learning about Ma Qihong's strength. However, he did not expect that after he told Duanling Tian in detail about the increase in his battle prowess after becoming a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, as well as Ma Qihong's current strength, Duanling Tian still replied in such a manner. Duanling Tian was only one step away from telling him that he was confident. At this moment he muttered in his heart, Duanling Tian, I hope you didn't trick me. I'll believe you this time. If I lose, even if my old man doesn't kill me, he'll skin me alive. Forget it. If it really doesn't work, I'll take you with me when the time comes. That's loyal enough, right? Otherwise, if I run away, my old man will have nowhere to vent his anger. Maybe he'll vent his anger on you. After taking a deep breath, Jin Pingfan sent a message to Yunfeng in Chunyang School. After receiving Jin Pingfan's message, the first thing he said was, Are you crazy? You want Duanling Tian and Ma Qihong to fight? You want to wager a half-soul high-quality divine weapon? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head? Do you believe that I won't break your legs if you say one more word? Jin Yunfeng was really angry. If Duanling Tian and the 3 brats from the 7 Kills Valley were to bet on half a soul high-grade divine artifact, the chances of winning would be 100%. But now his son seemed to be in the mood for gambling. He actually wanted Duanling Tian to bet with Ma Qihong of the Machi family for half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Are you my son or Ma Qiju's son? Why are you in such a hurry to give my half-soul high-grade divine artifact to that old bastard Ma Qiju? Father, let me finish. Jin Pingfan felt a little helpless. He felt that his father's reaction was normal. The people from the 7 Kills Valley aren't idiots. The people from the Machi family aren't idiots either. You should be clear about this. 7 Kills Valley isn't willing to gamble because they aren't confident. But the Machi family, do you think they don't have the confidence? Moreover, given Ma Qiju's temper, do you think he would refuse this bet if I intentionally provoked him? Hearing Jin Pingfan's words, Jin Yunfeng sneered. Of course he wouldn't refuse. If I were him, why would I refuse when someone is so eager to give me a half-soul high-grade divine artifact? Jin Yunfeng suddenly felt that he had spoiled his son too much in the past. If he hadn't confirmed that this son was his own, He would have suspected that this son of his was an illegitimate son of the Machi family. How could this be? I, your father, only have half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Father. Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. The situation you're talking about is the situation where Duan Lingtian loses. But haven't you thought about what would happen if Duan Lingtian wins? When Zhen Pingfan said this, Zhen Yunfeng was silent for a while. Then he unhurriedly said, impossible. He knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate divine emperor realm. If Duan Lingtian consolidated his cultivation base as an intermediate divine emperor, he believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat an ordinary advanced divine emperor. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the intermediate divine emperor realm for 2 years. In these 2 years he had only just begun to consolidate his cultivation base. Even if Duan Lingtian was a genius, it would be difficult for him to consolidate his cultivation base as an intermediate divine emperor in less than 10 years. That's right. Father, if you think it's impossible, then Machi Ju and the people from the Machi family must think it's impossible as well. Under such circumstances, how could they refuse the temptation of a half-soul high-grade divine artifact? This time, Zhen Pingfan didn't give his father a chance to speak. He told his father everything he had learned in the past few days. In the past few days, I've basically grasped Machi Hong's situation. Earlier, Duan Lingtian also gave me a response. He said that if Machi Hong didn't conceal his strength, he's confident he'll be able to defeat him. Moreover, even if Machi Hong has concealed his strength, as long as it's not too exaggerated, he's confident he'll be able to fight Machi Hong to a draw. Father, even if you don't trust me, don't tell me you don't trust Duan Lingtian? Previously, you told me that although Duan Lingtian is young, he's more mature than me. Now, you're not going to deny what you said, right? Zhen Pingfan asked. Did Duan Lingtian really say that? Zhen Yunfeng asked after a moment of silence. Although he had not spent much time with Duan Lingtian, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not a person who spoke without thinking. With Duan Lingtian's character, he wouldn't act recklessly. Yes. Zhen Pingfan said confidently. Why don't I make a trip back now and help you exchange soul pearls so you can contact each other? There's no need for that. Zhen Yunfeng fell silent for a moment before he said, tell me what you know about Machi Hong. I'll try to find out more about him. As for Duan Lingtian, ask him about him as well so I can make a comparison. If it's not too risky, there's no harm in taking a gamble. At this moment, Zhen Yunfeng was clearly tempted as well. However, he still wanted to confirm it himself. No matter what, it was related to the ownership of the prominent soul artifact in his possession. His prominent soul artifact had been nurtured for many years before it gave birth to a prominent soul artifact. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to give birth to a prominent soul artifact. Perhaps before he could even give birth to a prominent soul artifact, he would not be able to survive the 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation and die. All right. Zhen Pingfan knew how cautious his father was. Without hesitation, he told Duan Lingtian about his investigation. Then he asked about Duan Lingtian's situation. When he heard about Duan Lingtian's situation, Zhen Pingfan's pupils shrank. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, You brat, no wonder you said you were confident. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Duan Lingtian's group arrived at the 7 Kills Valley. On this day, the elder of the 7 Kills Valley, Yu Kulian, once again arrived at the valley where Duan Lingtian and the other disciples of the Chunyang school were at. He was preparing to lead the group of disciples of the Chunyang school to the site of the trade meet. The trade meet would last for 3 days. 3 days was not a long time, but it was enough for the people of the 5 top god-level forces in Tunglung province to complete some transactions. This time, the people of the various forces brought a lot of things to sell, or exchange for other things they needed. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, let's go. After Zhen Pingfan led the people of the Chunyang school, including Duan Lingtian, into the air, Yu Kulian greeted them with a smile. This time Yu Kulian came alone. He did not bring his disciple, Dao Wei. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that Yu Kuyan's gaze suddenly shifted to the sky above another valley in the distance. There, an elder of the Seven Kills Valley was also preparing to set off with a group of people. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, the people of the Machi family are also preparing to go. Let's go over and greet them, and then we'll go together. What do you think? Yu Kuyan smiled and asked for the opinions of Zhen Pingfan, an elder Jing-su of the Zong family. All right. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he exchanged a meaningful look with Yu Kuyan. Then he led the people of the Chunyang school to meet up with the people of the Machi family under Yu Kuyan's lead. This time, there were nearly 100 people from the Chunyang school who had come. As for the Machi family's side, there were also close to 100 people who had come. It was a majestic sight. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and his group approaching, the people of the opposite group who had just set off stopped when they saw the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, Elder Machi. After Yu Kuyan took the initiative to greet the burly old man who was the leader of the Machi family, Zhen Pingfan also greeted the burly old man. Senior Uncle Machi, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. The burly old man was dressed in a loose dark golden robe. His expression was firm and dignified. When he greeted Yu Kuyan and Zhen Pingfan, he merely glanced at Yu Kuyan indifferently. When he looked at Zhen Pingfan, a faint smile appeared on his stiff but firm face. Junior nephew Zhen Pingfan. Junior nephew Zhen Pingfan is leading the group from the Chunyang school this time? The burly old man was none other than Machi family's golden seat elder, Machi Ju. Machi Ju. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the crowd. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes when he looked at Machi Ju. Is this the person whom Elder Yu Kuyan has hated for more than 30,000 years? Yes. Zhen Pingfan replied with a smile. At the same time, his eyes lit up when he looked at the silver-robed young man who was walking side by side with a few other old men behind Machi Ju. This must be Senior Uncle Machi's genius great-great-grandson, right? The silver-robed young man had a cold and handsome face. He had a cold temperament. When Zhen Pingfan looked at him, he also stared at Zhen Pingfan. Hong. This is your junior uncle Zhen. He's the strongest person below the intermediate god emperor in Chunyang school. Although Machi Ju did not turn his head, it was obvious that he was talking to the young man. When the young man heard this, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. He cupped his hands slightly and said, "Greetings, junior uncle Zhen. I'm Machi Hong." Not bad. Zhen Pingfan nodded and said with a smile, "He's indeed a man of striking appearance. However, he's still a little lacking compared to our Chunyang school's Duan Lingtian." No one had expected Zhen Pingfan to suddenly say this. His words came out of nowhere, and it was obviously not at the right time. Other than Duan Lingtian and Yu Kuyan, everyone present was stunned. Zhen Pingfan, what do you mean by that? Machi Hong's expression changed, and the faint smile on Machi Ju's face disappeared instantly. When he looked at Zhen Pingfan again, his eyes were burning with anger. Chapter 3981. At this moment, not only were the people from the Chunyang school stunned, but even the people from the Machi clan were stunned. Even the elder from the Seven Kills Valley, who was about to bring the people from the Machi clan to the trade fair, was stunned. No one had expected Zhen Pingfan, who had been polite to Machi Ju a moment ago, to suddenly belittle Machi Hong. Moreover, he had done it in front of Machi Ju. Everyone knew that Machi Hong was Machi Ju's proudest descendant. All this while, Machi Ju had treated him as the face of the younger generation. Whenever he encountered a middle-level god emperor in the Eastern Mountain Ridge Prefecture, who he wasn't a match for, he would say, "Although my strength is slightly inferior to yours, it would be difficult to find someone who is slightly inferior to my great-grandson, Machi Hongi, among your juniors." As for Machi Ju, he viewed Machi Hong as the face of his sect. Furthermore, he valued Machi Hong the most among the younger generation. Among the 5 great peak god emperor level powerhouses of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, there were probably very few who didn't know about this. As an elder from the Chunyang school, it was impossible for Zhen Pingfan not to know about this. Because of this, everyone was stunned by Zhen Pingfan's sudden change in attitude. Although Duan Lingtian and Yu Chanlian were not as stunned as the others, they were still caught off guard. Although they knew that Zhen Pingfan would provoke Ma Qiju and take the opportunity to challenge him to a duel, they did not expect that Zhen Pingfan would be so impatient. I thought that he would only make things difficult for Ma Qiju after he arrived at the trade fair. Yu Chanlian inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian as he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Me too. Duan Lingtian replied with a wry smile. At this moment, apart from Zhen Pingfan himself, he and Yu Chanlian were probably the only ones who knew why Zhen Pingfan had suddenly changed his attitude. Is Zhen Pingfan crazy? As for the other members of the Machi family, they returned to their senses and stared at Zhen Pingfan with unfriendly gazes. Although they weren't a match for Zhen Pingfan, the leader of the Machi family this time was Ma Qiju, a medial celestial Dharch who was stronger than Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan was nothing in front of this golden seat elder of the Machi family. Elder Zhen. The people of Chunyang School, led by Elder Jingxiu of the Hidden Sword Branch, all looked at Zhen Pingfan's back with either confusion or worry in their eyes. Was Elder Zhen not afraid of infuriating Ma Qiju? Zhen Pingfan. What do you mean by that? Zhen Pingfan's expression didn't change in the face of Ma Qiju's question. At the same time, he didn't respond to Ma Qiju immediately. Instead, he called out to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, come here. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. However, he stepped forward and stood beside Zhen Pingfan. Martial Uncle Machi, do you know what I mean now? Zhen Pingfan pointed at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Our Chunyang School's Duan Lingtian should be better than your great-great-grandson, Ma Qihong, in terms of appearance and temperament, right? There are so many people here. They should be discerning people. Zhen Pingfan smiled brilliantly, as if he didn't see the anger that was gradually rising in Ma Qiju's eyes. Ma Qiju glanced at Duan Lingtian and sneered. So what if he's good-looking? Don't tell me he's going to live off a woman? If he can't make it into the top 10 in the upcoming 7 Prefectures feast, I'm afraid he won't be able to answer to Chunyang School, right? As far as I know, Chunyang School has invested a lot of resources on him. Ma Qiju's sneer deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. Although this was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but feel resentful when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words, and saw that Duan Lingtian's appearance and temperament were indeed better than his great-great-grandson, Ma Qihong. Although he wasn't afraid of Zhen Pingfan, he knew that he wasn't a match for Zhen Pingfan. Moreover, Zhen Yunfeng was famous for being protective of his own people. In the past, a lesser god emperor from another top emperor god force in Tunglung province had bullied the weak and injured Zhen Pingfan, who hadn't even become a god emperor yet. Zhen Yunfeng had personally killed that lesser god emperor and seriously injured him. Even now, that lesser god emperor hadn't recovered from his closed-door cultivation. It was said that lesser god emperor might not be able to survive the next few millennium tribulations. Ma Qiju was afraid of Zhen Yunfeng, so he vented his anger on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had refused to join the Machi family in the past, which had made him resentful as well. This time he had vented all his anger. Duan Lingtian, how can you tolerate this? Upon hearing Ma Qiju's words, the smile on Zhen Pingfan's face didn't change. It was as though he wasn't angry at Ma Qiju's words at all. At the moment, he was sending a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to mock him. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he knew that Zhen Pingfan wanted him to provoke Ma Qiju so that he could win the bet with Ma Qihong. Elder Machi. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly as he glanced at Ma Qiju and said indifferently, You keep saying that I, Duan Lingtian, am weak. I wonder how much you know about me, Duan Lingtian? Although you are a senior, you can't simply spread rumors, right? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned cold. Ma Qiju hadn't expected that a young brat like Duan Lingtian would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was so angry that he started laughing. What? Don't tell me that a young brat like you thinks that I'm underestimating you? In my eyes, that bit of strength of yours is really nothing. When Ma Qiju reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Duan Lingtian sneered. Of course I can't be compared to you, Elder Machi, who is a celestial emperor. I, Duan Lingtian, know my place. However, if I, Duanling Tian, live until your age, I don't think I'll be any weaker than you, Elder Machi. Duanling Tian looked at Machi Ju deeply when he said that. When Machi Ju heard Duanling Tian's words, his face darkened immediately. He naturally knew that Duanling Tian wasn't even 3,000 years old. When he was Duanling Tian's age, he hadn't even attained the Celestial Emperor realm. He couldn't be compared to Duanling Tian at all. Moreover, Duanling Tian had already attained the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm. That's right. Machi Ju had already learned about Duanling Tian's breakthrough to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm from the other members of the Machi family. On the other hand, the members of the Machi family had also learned about it from the members of the Seven Kills Valley. Even if the news wasn't spread by Yu Chanlian, the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, it must have been spread by Dao Wei and the other two who had followed him that day. How dare you? At the same time, Machi Hong, who had an unsightly expression on his face, took 2 steps forward. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, do you think you're worthy of being compared to my profound ancestor? So what if you're talented? Are you sure that you'll live to my ancestor Xian's age? In this world, there are countless geniuses who die prematurely. Before Machi Hong could finish his sentence, Duanling Tian interrupted him. Machi Hong, are you threatening me? Duanling Tian's expression turned cold at this moment. Even his voice was bone-chilling. So what if I am? Machi Hong sneered. He wasn't afraid of Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian was just an intermediate celestial emperor. Even if Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary advanced celestial emperor, Machi Hong didn't think much of him. Machi Hong had just become an advanced celestial emperor. Even though he hadn't consolidated his cultivation, he had still defeated many advanced celestial emperor elders of the Machi family. What was Duanling Tian to him? Moreover, he wasn't worried that the experts of the Chunyang school would make things difficult for him. What a joke! His ancestor Xian was an intermediate celestial emperor. Zhen Pingfan was the strongest person in the Chunyang school. Even though he was known as the strongest person below the intermediate celestial emperor level in Chunyang school, he wasn't a match for his ancestor Xian. Machi Hong. Just as Zhen Pingfan was about to reprimand Machi Hong, Duanling Tian raised his hand to stop him. Many people from the Machi family were looking at Duanling Tian mockingly. They were waiting for a good show. Duanling Tian looked at Machi Hong and smiled faintly. I've heard that you, Machi Hong, have become an advanced celestial emperor. Is that true? Machi Hong raised his head proudly in response to Duanling Tian's question. However, he didn't say anything. It was as though he couldn't be bothered to answer Duanling Tian's question. Actually, Duanling Tian said casually, even if you've become an advanced celestial emperor, you're nothing in my eyes. I, Duanling Tian, was able to kill 2 intermediate celestial emperors when I was a lower celestial emperor. Now that I've become an intermediate celestial emperor, I don't really care about people like you who have just become an advanced celestial emperor. Duanling Tian's words caused an uproar. Was he trying to provoke them? Duanling Tian. At this moment, even the expression of Elder Jing Su from the Hidden Sword progeny changed. He was confident that Duanling Tian would be able to defeat any young prodigy under the age of 10,000 in the Seven Kills Valley. However, Duanling Tian was facing Machi Hong. Machi Hong was a monstrous genius from the Machi family. He had become an advanced celestial emperor before the age of 10,000. Moreover, it was said that when he had just become an advanced celestial emperor, he had defeated many advanced celestial emperor elders from the Machi family. Now Duanling Tian, who had just become an intermediate celestial emperor for less than 2 years, was challenging Machi Hong, who had been an advanced celestial emperor for 100 years? Ha 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 ha. Machi Hong was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. However, he soon burst out laughing as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Duanling Tian, do you really think that you can kill an intermediate celestial emperor when you're just a lower celestial emperor? The 2 intermediate celestial emperors that you killed were at the bottom of the intermediate celestial emperors. I, Machi Hong, could also kill them when I was a lower celestial emperor. You actually dare to compare me, Ma Qihong, with trash like that? Ma Qihong's gaze that stared at Duanling Tian became even colder. The corner of Zhen Pingfan's mouth twitched when he saw this. Duanling Tian was much more ruthless than he had imagined. If he were Ma Qiju and his grandson, he wouldn't be able to tolerate this either. Chapter 3982. When Duanling Tian spoke again, Zhen Pingfan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. At the same time, his aura fluctuated as he stared at Ma Qiju. He was afraid that Ma Qiju would suddenly attack Duanling Tian. In my eyes, you're just like them. You're trash. These were Duanling Tian's words. As soon as these words left his mouth, not only did Ma Qihong's expression change, but even Ma Qiju's expression also changed. A terrifying aura swept out from his body. Brat, do you want to die? Ma Qiju's expression was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Martial Uncle Ma Qi. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan spoke. He felt that if he did not step forward, Duanling Tian might really provoke Ma Qiju to attack. Duanling Tian is used to being a genius. Whenever he sees someone who's not as good as him, he thinks they're trash. Actually, he doesn't have any ill intentions. As soon as Zhen Pingfan's words left his mouth, the people from Chunyang School who were worried about Duanling Tian's safety were speechless. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Are you trying to say that Duanling Tian isn't dying fast enough? Elder Ma Qiju. At this moment, the Hidden Sword faction's Elder Jingxu stepped forward and stood on the other side of Duanling Tian. He looked at Ma Qiju calmly and said, My master owes Duanling Tian a huge favor. Although I don't know what kind of favor it is, my master once said that he can kill a mid-level god emperor for Duanling Tian to return the favor. As soon as these words left his mouth, Ma Qiju's expression changed drastically. He stared at the elder Jingxu and said, Yi Tong, are you threatening me? Yi Tong was the Hidden Sword faction's elder Jingxu. He was also the disciple of the Hidden Sword faction's old ancestor, Yi Qinfeng. Naturally, Ma Qiju knew him. I wouldn't dare. Yi Tong smiled faintly. I'm just reminding Elder Ma Qiju to avoid unimportant conflicts. Humph. Ma Qiju snorted coldly. Although his gaze was still cold when he looked at Yi Tong, he did not continue on this topic. Yi Qinfeng. In Chunyang School, he was even more terrifying than Zhen Yinfeng. So much so that the other two gold seat elders of the Machi clan, as well as the clan leader, unanimously believed that Yi Qinfeng was definitely one of the two strongest people in Chunyang School. Zhen Yinfeng was at most in the top 3. He was even afraid of Zhen Yinfeng, let alone Yi Qinfeng. Of course he knew Yi Tong. He was Yi Qinfeng's disciple. Although he was older than Yi Qinfeng, Yi Tong's respect for Yi Qinfeng was well known even in the top circle of Tungleng province. Since it was related to Yi Qinfeng, he would not lie. When Ma Qiju looked at Duanling Tian again, the haze on his face became heavier. His tone was extremely cold. Today, for the sake of Zhen Yinfeng and Yi Qinfeng, I won't bicker with a junior like you. Otherwise, even if I can't do anything to you, I'll let my great-grandson teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. There was no doubt that Ma Qiju's words meant one thing. If I, Ma Qiju, bullied you, Duanling Tian, I'm bullying the weak. However, if my great-grandson attacks you, it won't be considered bullying the weak. Even Zhen Yinfeng and Yi Qinfeng won't be able to say anything. Duanling Tian, are you saying that I'm trash? Ma Qihong's expression was extremely ugly when he saw that his great ancestor was at a disadvantage. He stared coldly at Duanling Tian and questioned him in a deep voice. Am I wrong? Duanling Tian did not back down. Instead, he retorted, I, Duanling Tian, am not even 3,000 years old, but I'm already a mid-level godly emperor. I'm confident that I'll become a high-level godly emperor before I'm 4,000 years old. You're almost 10,000 years old, but you're only a high-level godly emperor. Do you think you're not trash? Duanling Tian said indifferently. Duanling Tian's words caused Ma Qihong's face to turn red. Flames of anger could be seen in his eyes. At this moment, even the other members of the Ma Qi clan felt a surge of anger. How did this Duanling Tian from the Chunyang school survive until today with such a foul mouth? They felt that it was not easy for Duan Lingtian to survive until today. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect was also dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would directly stand out and confront Ma Qiju and Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi clan head-on. Duan Lingtian is courting death. Naturally, there were also people who were gloating. Lan Shilin from the Chunyang school's righteous faction was one of them. He could not wait for Duan Lingtian to fall. He would be happier if Duan Lingtian was killed. However, he knew that was unrealistic. Elder Zhen, did you teach him that? Yu Chanlian, an elder from the Seven Kills Valley, asked through voice transmission as he looked at Zhen Pingfan in shock. He thought it was Zhen Pingfan who told Duan Lingtian to provoke Ma Qihong and Ma Qihong. However, was this not too much? Was Zhen Pingfan not afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Ma Qiju when he was alone? Ma Qiju was not a good person. He would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The corner of Zhen Pingfan's mouth twitched when he heard Yu Chanlian's words. He wanted to deny it, but in the end, he did not say anything. He would just take it as a yes. He did not want Yu Chanlian to spread the news in the future. If Ma Qiju heard about it, he would really hate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, why didn't I realize that his mouth was so annoying before? Now even I think that he is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Zhen Pingfan was speechless. He had been worried that Duan Lingtian did not know how to provoke. If the results were not good, it would be difficult to carry out the next step of the bet. However, it seemed that the results were not only good, but also too good. Moreover, let's not talk about age. Ma Qihong was so angry that his eyes were red and his body was trembling. He continued, Duan Lingtian, you Ma Qihong, are just a piece of trash who has just become a high-level divine emperor. I, Duan Lingtian, don't even take you seriously. Duan Lingtian's words were like a fuse that ignited Ma Qihong, who was already on the verge of exploding. Ma Qihong was completely enraged. Duan Lingtian, do you mean I'm not a match for you even though I've been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years? You've only been a medium divine emperor for 2 years? Do you think that you are stronger than me now? Ma Qihong asked coldly. Not bad. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as he nodded. Although you are a piece of trash, you are not stupid. Initially, Ma Qihong was still furious. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he calmed down immediately. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Do you really think you're stronger than me? If that's the case, do you dare to fight with me? I don't think so, right? You said in front of so many people that you think I'm weaker than you now. Unless you want to refute your own words now, Ma Qihong said as he took a step forward. The moment Ma Qihong's words left his mouth, he took a step forward. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he said, I, Ma Qihong, a disciple of the Ma Qi clan, challenged the Pure Sun sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, in front of all the seniors. Ma Qihong challenged Duan Lingtian directly. He was at a disadvantage when it came to words. However, when Ma Qihong heard Duan Lingtian said he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, he knew he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if he seized this opportunity. At that time, not only would his great ancestor not be humiliated, but he would not be humiliated as well. Otherwise, if news of them doing nothing despite Duan Lingtian provoking them today spread out, they would definitely lose face. Duan Lingtian, accept the challenge. The young disciples of the Ma Qi clan could no longer sit still when they heard Ma Qihong's words. They began to mock Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say you're stronger than big brother Ma Qihong? Why don't you prove it now? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you're only good at talking. We clearly heard what you said earlier. You said that big brother Ma Qihong's current strength is inferior to yours. That's right. Now that big brother Ma Qihong is challenging you, do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't, you'll be slapping your own face. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is only good at talking. The group of young disciples from the Ma Qi clan had been suppressing their anger because of Duan Lingtian's provocation. Now that they had a chance to vent, they would not miss it. On the other hand, the people from the Chunyang school were silent. It was not that they were unwilling to help Duan Lingtian, but they did not know how to help him. Were they supposed to cheer for Duan Lingtian and ask him to defeat Ma Qihong? In their opinion, that was impossible. It was no different from a fantasy story. Even the hidden sword faction's elder Jingxiu, Yi Tong, frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke. Ma Qihong, do you want to challenge me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits, but the faint smile remained on his face. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Ma Qihong sneered. At this moment, Ma Qiju, who was standing beside Ma Qihong, no longer looked angry. He glanced at his great-grandson beside him with a satisfied smile on his face. Earlier, he had realized that it was inappropriate for him to interfere in the fight between the younger generation. Therefore, he had given his great-grandson some advice. And now, his great-great-grandson didn't disappoint him. What's there to be afraid of? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and yawned lazily. However, Duan Lingtian will fight with trash. If there's no prize, I won't agree to it. I won't even make a move. If I have the time, I might as well go back and take an afternoon nap. The sneer on Ma Qihong's face deepened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What kind of prize do you want? In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's proposal was equivalent to giving him something. Since that was the case, why should he refuse? It's coming. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan's heart was in turmoil. However, he tried his best to remain calm on the surface. Zhen Pingfan, calm down, calm down. Isn't it just a half-soul prominent divine artifact? It's nothing. It's nothing. It's really nothing. Duan Lingtian, let's forget about it. Zhen Pingfan, who tried his best to maintain a natural expression, shook his head and sighed at this moment. And then he said to Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be impatient to have a battle with him. It won't be too late to find an opportunity after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ends. Chapter 3983. Wait until the 7 prefectures' banquet ends? As Zhen Pingfan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian, before Duan Lingtian could reply, Ma Qihong stared at Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, Duan Lingtian, you'll have to wait until the 7 prefectures' banquet ends. Since you've seen my strength, I'm afraid you won't have the courage to make a bet with me anymore. It's better to have a bet today than to pick a date. Let's see if you, Duan Lingtian, are really strong or if you're just good at talking. Ma Qihong said coldly. Let's do it today then. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Similar to Ma Qihong, he ignored Zhen Pingfan's words. Tell me about the bet. The mocking smile on Ma Qihong's face deepened. As long as it's something that the Machi clan and I can take out, I'll bet with you. Our Machi clan definitely doesn't lack anything that you have. Our Machi clan doesn't lack anything that you don't have. Upon hearing Ma Qihong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled. Ma Qihong, although your innate talent and strength are trash, you're quite straightforward. Since that's the case, let's bet a high-quality divine artifact today. Ma Qihong smiled disdainfully when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. And here I thought you, Duan Lingtian, were going to bet something. Just a prominent god weapon? As expected of someone from a small place. You're too narrow-minded. A high-grade divine artifact is no different from trash in the eyes of Ma Qihong. Why don't you take out something more valuable? As far as I know, you can refine Peak King grade divine pills at will. Take out 100 Peak King grade divine pills, and I'll take out something of equivalent value to bet with you. 100 Peak King grade divine pills. One had to admit that Ma Qihong's appetite was huge. 100 Peak King grade divine pills? Duan Lingtian finally realized he had made a mistake earlier. He had forgotten to say half-soul prominent god weapon, and had only said the words prominent god weapon. Next, would he continue to make the same mistake? In that case, neither Elder Zhen nor Elder Yunfeng would have to bear too much pressure. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, a glint flashed in the depth of his eyes. What a big appetite. Hearing Ma Qihong's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. You should know that I can only refine 1 extreme king grade divine pellet every time I open my cauldron. 100 limit king level divine pills. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? Seeing Duan Lingtian frown, Ma Qihong sneered. What? It's just a small bet, and you still don't want to come out? A small bet? Duan Lingtian chuckled. If you want me to take out 100 limit king-grade divine pills to bet with you, it's not impossible. Unless you can take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Half-soul high-grade divine artifact. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the entire place fell silent. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He could see now that Duan Lingtian wanted to use the extreme king-grade divine pills he had refined to bet with Ma Qihong a half-soul high-grade god artifact. However, would Duan Lingtian agree to it? 100 limit king-grade divine pills were indeed precious, but in terms of value, they were not comparable to a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Duan Lingtian. Is he doing this on purpose? Many people from Chunyang School looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. Most of them had the same thought. The people from the Machi clan also had the same thought. Someone even sneered. I think Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School doesn't dare to fight with brother Ma Qihong. How dare he use a half-soul high-grade god artifact to bet? I'm afraid he thinks brother Ma Qihong won't be able to take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. That's why he's making such a bet. Don't tell me he doesn't know that although brother Ma Qihong can't take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact, the old ancestor can, right? I'm afraid he doesn't know our old ancestor has a half-soul high-grade god artifact. When the people from the Machi clan looked at Duan Lingtian again, they looked at him mockingly as though they were looking at an idiot. Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll give up on this bet because I can't take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact? Ma Qihong seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's intentions. He smiled coldly and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid you won't be able to avoid today's bet. I don't have a half-soul high-grade god artifact, but I can borrow it from my old ancestor. The moment Ma Qihong's words left his mouth, Ma Qiju frowned slightly. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, the frown on his face disappeared. It seemed like Duan Lingtian really did think his great-great-grandson would not be able to take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact, and use this as an excuse to refuse the bet. Ma Qiju sent a voice transmission to Ma Qihong. Tell him he wants 300 limited king-grade divine pills. A mere 100 limited king-grade divine pills isn't worthy of a half-soul high-grade god artifact. At this moment, Ma Qiju was also planning to lend his half-soul high-grade god artifact to his great-great-grandson since he felt there was no chance of him losing. Ma Qiju's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Duan Lingtian, what a good idea. You want to bet a half-soul high-grade god artifact with just 100 limited king-grade divine pills. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Ma Qihong added, I'll lend my old ancestor's half-soul high-grade god artifact to you for 300 limited king-grade divine pills. Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Ma Qihong's words. Ma Qihong, I think you're afraid to bet with me, right? I'm curious. Can your Machi clan take out so many limited king-grade divine pills in one go? However, your Machi clan has a few half-soul high-grade god artifacts. I'll bet 100 limited king-grade divine pills with your half-soul high-grade god artifact. If you don't dare to bet, then forget it. In any case, you're just SOSO in my eyes. I'll defeat you during the Seven Mansions banquet and prove my strength. Duan Lingtian said as he turned around and prepared to leave. Fine. I'll bet 100 limited king-grade divine pills. When Ma Qihong saw that Duan Lingtian was trying to find an excuse to avoid the bet, he was certain that Duan Lingtian had a guilty conscience. Naturally, this was also an order from his old ancestor. After all, he would definitely win. 100 limited king-grade divine pills was not bad. However, at this moment, Zhen Pingfan felt his mind go blank. He agreed just like that? 100 limited king-grade divine pills, for a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Although limited king-grade divine pills were rare, even the best divine alchemists in Tunglung province could not refine them often. However, it was possible to refine some limited king-grade divine pills with some time. In fact, the value of 100 limited king-grade divine pills in Tunglung province was far less than a half-soul high-grade god artifact. In a place like Tunglung province, a half-soul high-grade god artifact could be said to be a priceless treasure. Under normal circumstances, A god emperor would only be able to make a high-grade god artifact develop a soul after becoming a god emperor. Moreover, this was a long process. If a lower god emperor wanted a half-soul high-grade god artifact, they could only obtain it through other means. For example, Elder Hong Yunxiao of the Seven Kills Valley, whom Duanling Tian had met in the Tianlong clan and Tai Sect's emperor battle plane. Although he was only a lower god emperor, he was lucky enough to obtain a half-soul high-grade god artifact through other means. Duanling Tian, after talking for so long, do you still not dare to accept it? Ma Qihong sneered when he saw that Duanling Tian had stopped in his tracks but did not turn around. If you really don't dare to accept it, just admit it. So this is the so-called genius that Chunyang School purposely looked for outside? You're just a piece of trash who only knows how to boast. Fortunately, the Machi clan didn't accept you. Ma Qihong's mocking smile was still on his face, but the disdain and contempt in his eyes were growing. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian seemed to fly into a rage out of humiliation as he turned around and looked at Ma Qihong coldly. Ma Qihong, you said you're willing to accept my bet. You even said you can lend me half of your profound ancestor's soul. Did he agree to this? If you lose and he says he didn't agree to it, who am I supposed to look for? At that time, it'll be useless even if I kill you. Duanling Tian said disdainfully. In my opinion, you should discuss this with your profound ancestor for a few days. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you now. I agree to it. At this moment, Ma Qiju looked at Duanling Tian mockingly. Duanling Tian, sometimes, there's a price to pay for being so bold. Of course, if you kneel down and kowtow to both of us today, we'll forgive you, Ma Qiju said. In his opinion, Duanling Tian might not have the courage to continue the bet now that his great-great-grandson had taken out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. That was why he had made such a harsh request. He wanted to force Duanling Tian to continue the bet with his great-great-grandson. No matter what kind of divine elixir it was, even the Machi family wouldn't be able to gather 100 pinnacle king-grade divine elixirs without decades or even centuries. In his opinion, there was no reason for him to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. Impossible. Duanling Tian rejected Ma Qihong's suggestion without any hesitation. His voice was cold as he said, "So be it. At most, I'll give you 100 limited king-grade divine pills if I lose." To me, Duanling Tian, refining limited king-grade divine pills is as easy as eating and drinking. At this moment, Duanling Tian's expression changed. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be running out of breath. The people from the Machi clan laughed when they saw Duanling Tian's desperate reaction. In their opinion, Duanling Tian had been forced into the bet by the Machi clan. 100 limited king-grade divine pills. Will definitely win. This was what they thought. Elder Zhen. While the people from the Machi clan were feeling smug, the people from the Chunyang school had ugly expressions on their faces. They thought Duanling Tian would embarrass Chunyang school. At this moment, Duanling Tian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. Tell Elder Yu Chanlian to invite the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley to be the witness. If the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley can't make it, the other intermediate god emperors from the Seven Kills Valley will do as well. The corner of Zhen Pingfan's mouth twitched when he heard Duanling Tian's words. This brat was really ruthless. Was he worried that Ma Qiju would go back on his word? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.